he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Mr. George R. Crowley, Superintendent of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad Police Force, and Mr. F. Beverly Kelly, Director of Radio Publicity for the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey combined shows. Mr. Crowley and Mr. Kelly have accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective and your host for the next half hour.
Good evening. In tonight's story, we run across one of the boldest and most dastardly murders in our memory. A murder on a speeding train. And among our suspects are included a giant, a midget, and a fortune teller. I call it The Adventure of the Circus Train.
I'm sure glad this Chicago case is wrapped up, Inspector.
Yes, Bailey, it'll be good to get back in here. Ellery, can I take it?
Yes, Dad.
Ever know Ellery to forget anything?
Here's our Pullman. Oh, who's this?
I'm the station master. May I see your ticket?
That's right.
Sorry, Mr. Queen. The Army's requisitioned all available space on this train. Your reservations are canceled.
The next train, Station Master.
Well, the earliest accommodations available are on the special section of the 11:59 tonight, Mr. Queen. It has 3 compartments left. We'll take 'em. I'd better tell you about it first, sir. That section's carrying Marco's Mammoth Show, the Midwest Circus outfit. Oh, that'll be fun.
You mean we have to travel with tigers and elephants and get sawdust in our hair?
Not quite, miss. Your accommodations would be in the end car. It's an all-compartment car with a small lounge and bar at the rear. Mr. Marco himself travels in that car, and his business manager, John Brady.
Oh, we certainly don't object to traveling with Mr. Marco and Mr. Brady, Station Master.
But they're not the only ones in that car, sir.
Look, if I got to double up with a talking snake, I'll walk in them.
Who are the others?
Well, there's Goliath. He's 8 foot tall.
Goliath, the circus giant?
Yes, miss. Then there's Captain Pinky. He's a midget. Madam Zara. She's the circus fortune teller. They're nice folks. Been with Marco's circus a long time, but I thought I'd tell you. Ever since I was a kid, I've had a yen to travel with a circus. What do you think?
We don't mind one bit, Station Master.
Okay, Mr. Queen, I'll fix it. Ought to be an interesting trip.
Why, this is solid company.
My, this lounge back here is awfully cozy, Ellery.
Yes, we should be pulling out soon, Nicky.
Marco, I hope we're not putting you out in any way. Can't expect normal conditions in wartime, Inspector. Edward? Yes, sir. Edward, shut him up. Yes, sir. Having a little celebration, folks.
Well, in that case, maybe we ought to get out of the lounge and go to our compartments, Mr. Mark.
Yes, we don't want to spoil any plans you have.
No, I won't hear of it. Be mighty proud if you'd all join me, in fact.
Well, I'll do it.
Oh, John.
Yes?
You said, did you tell him all about it?
Oh, I left the telling to you, Mark.
Folks, meet John Brady, my business manager.
Howdy, folks.
And this is Long Joe Stebbins, professionally known as Mr. Goliath. Madam Zara, the smartest crystal gazer under the big top.
How do you do?
And Captain Pinky, 44 years old, and you can put him in your vest pocket.
Any friend of Marco's is a friend of mine.
Pass it around. Thank you, Edward. Well, you three must be wondering what this is all about.
We are.
As you know, I've been in show business over 50 years. Well, Marco's getting too old to run a circus. I know, but I am. Needs younger blood. So I've just sold Marco's Mammoth Show to John Brady here.
Yes, right.
John, here's the bill of sale. Whole work signed, sealed, and delivered.
Well, thanks, Mark. And here's my advance payment in cash. $30,000.
Boy, wonder, Goliath, will you look at that? 3 $10,000 bills.
I've never seen so much money, Captain Pinky.
Money means trouble. I smell trouble.
I smell an Indiana farm and rest for my old bones, Zara. Well, folks, drink up.
You can help, Mr. Marco.
Oh, thank you.
1 minute to midnight, we're leaving on the dot.
How about a song for Mr. Marco? Oh, he's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. Getting pretty late, Fresco. How's about we Well, there's no answer. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I opened the door and I saw.
The man's scared to death there. Let's go see for ourselves. Come on. Here's Mr. Marco's compartment. Dad, look.
Marco.
His head bashed in. Murder. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our story. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell with a mystery of his own.
And it bids fair to be as baffling as any mystery Ellery's been up against. By the way, folks, what's your batting average? Mrs. Neely Jarvie of Lakewood, Ohio, is frank to admit that she and her family haven't piled up a very imposing score of correct deductions, but she says they still get a big kick out of trying to decide who done it. Good for you, Mrs. Jarvie. That's what we like to hear. And here's something else we like to hear. But suppose I let you folks have it in Mrs. Jarvie's own words. She writes,
We're never without bromo seltzer in our home. And not long ago, when I became a volunteer nurse at our local hospital, I had just one more reason to be grateful for bromo seltzer's quick, effective relief. After my first evening of routine floor work, I came home with my nerves on edge and a bad headache, brought on by nervous excitement. Well, as soon as I got in the house, I took a bromo seltzer. And oh, what relief. I'm not so nervous and excited about my volunteer work as I was at first, but I know that I can rely on bromo seltzer whenever I have a common sick headache like that again.
well, now, there you have a mighty fine piece of advice from a lady who ought to know. So the next time you have a common sick headache, try bromo seltzer. I bet you'll feel the same as Mrs. Jarvie about it. And say, we'd like to hear from all of you about your bromo seltzer experiences. Just send your letters to Ellery Queen, care of the station to which you are listening. And now, back to our story. It's a short time after the discovery of old Mr. Marco's body. The car has been locked, front and rear. Nicky has been awakened.
But Inspector, how did it happen?
That's what we've got to figure out, Nicky. Ellery and I were standing on the front platform from the time the party in the lounge here broke up. And we know no one from the forward cars came into our car, or left it.
And the two conductors were sitting at the end of the lounge near the rear platform, Nicky, checking their tickets.
And both conductors say no one got into the car through the back.
So, Mr. Marco must have been murdered by someone in this car.
That's the size of it, Nicky.
But who? Which one?
The two conductors alibi each other, and they both alibi the porter.
So the killer must be one of the four circus people.
That nice old man. Why?
Don't you remember Brady handing Marco $3 $10,000 bills in front of our eyes, Nicky?
They're not in his wallet now or anywhere in Marco's compartment.
He was bumped off for that $30,000, Miss P.
Killer probably rapped on Marco's door. Marco let him in.
Visitor assaulted the old man, stole the money, and left Marco for dead.
But he didn't die right off. He managed to reach the porter's bell and ring it before dying.
What was the weapon, Inspector?
A man's shoe.
What?
Yes, a shoe.
A shoe big enough to ship freight in, Miss Porter.
A man's shoe, size 22, Nicky.
Size 22. But a shoe that size, it must be the giant. The laugh must have killed Mr. Marco.
And used his own shoe, Miss Porter. And to top it off, left it in Marco's room for us to find.
No killer would be so simple-minded, Nicky. The big boy's being framed.
Only question is, by who?
Oh, Dad, we better start asking questions.
Yes. Billy?
Yeah?
Call them out of their compartments one at a time. While we're attacking each one, you search his compartment for that dough.
Okay, Inspector.
Well, son, this case is a cinch. Marco was killed for the $30,000. So when we find the cash, we find the killer. Oh, Mr. Glad. Sorry, the sergeant had to wake you.
What time is it for crime at East State?
Ellery, he's hobbling.
You'd hobble too, Nicky, if you were wearing only one shoe.
Remember, got on only one shoe, Mr. Glad.
Oh, darn if I know, Inspector. When I went to bed, I put my shoes in that little do-jigger on the floor of the compartment.
I know.
There's sort of a closet, you know, that the porter can open from outside and take out your shoes and shine them during the night.
Yes?
Well, Jim, just now Mr. Bealey comes fetching me, and I look for my shoes, and that shoes ain't. Doggone if somebody ain't stole one of my shoes. So what am I going to do? It's the only pair I got.
We'll hit Pittsburgh in the morning, Mr. Glad. So we'll send out for a pair of shoes for you then.
Ain't a shoe store in Pittsburgh or anywhere else carries size 22. I don't... Oh, Inspector, what do you want me for?
Come into Marco's room, Glad, and I'll show you.
Sure.
Ellery, I can't look.
Stay out in the corridor, Nicky.
Well, where's Mr. Marco Inspector. What's on that piece of newspaper?
Yes? Your shoe, Mr. Glass.
Well, I'll be... What's blood doing all over? What's under that blanket?
Mr. Marco, he was murdered tonight with your shoe.
Murdered?
What happened in there?
Goliath fainted. Henry, revive this 8-foot he-man.
Right, Dad.
And Nicky, call John Brady in here.
Here's Mr. Brady, Ellery. And he's hobbling, too.
Somebody stole one of my shoes. From your shoe compartment, Mr. Brady? That's right. I found 2 shoes in it, all right, but one of them's a woman's. Here, look. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Mark, you in there?
Just a moment, Mr. Brady. Nicky, is this woman's shoe Mr. Brady just found in the shoe receptacle of yours?
No, Inspector. It must be Madame Dodd.
Nicky, you better go fetch the Tsar woman.
All right.
Suppose you go in now, Mr. Brady, and see Mr. Marco. I don't get all this. Marco.
Put the blanket back, Ellery.
Right, Dad.
But who? Why?
The $30,000 you handed Marco tonight, Mr. Brady. That's why.
Inspector, Madame Dodd is talking mad about her shoe, and I mean hopping.
I don't care for jokes, if you please. Mr. Brady, is this your shoe? I just found it in my shoe compartment, and one of mine is gone.
Let me see. Yes, that's my shoe. Here's yours.
Thank you. Why was I awakened in the middle of the night? Has anything happened to Mr. Marco?
Why do you ask that, Madam Tsar?
Yes, of course. Mr. Marco is lying under that blanket. He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, Madam Tsar. Look.
I should have warned him.
You knew Marco was going to be knocked off?
Before retiring, I looked into my crystal ball. It never lies. I saw an old man lying there dead. Now I realize it was Mr. Marco. An old man with blood on his head.
Don't mind her. She always talks like this. You saw this in your crystal ball, you say?
With blood on his head.
Did you also see Marco's murderer in your magic ball, Madam Tsar?
No. But I could.
Really?
If the conditions were right, yes, Mr. Queen.
Sarah, seeing murders in a hunk of glass. Sarah, go back to your room. You too, Mr. Brady. Very well, Inspector Brady.
Bar.
Where's Beatty? Why the name of Houdini isn't he back with that 30 grand?
Haven't you forgotten someone, Inspector?
Who did?
Captain Pinky, the midget.
Oh, the midget couldn't have done it. He's too tiny.
He could have stood on something, Dad, and that big heavy shoe would be a murderous weapon even in the hands of a child.
Hello! What's all the excitement about? It's Captain Pinky. Hello? What the devil's going on? Why is everybody rushing around like crazy?
It's an unusual trip, Captain Pinky. By the way, anybody swipe your shoes?
My shoes? Heck no. What would anybody want with my shoes? What blast is all what's happened?
Mr. Marco's been murdered, Captain.
Mr. Marco?
Dear, he's crying. Midgets, giants, crystal balls.
Inspector.
Beatty, well, where'd you find the money?
I didn't find it, Inspector.
You did?
I searched every compartment, no doubt.
Could you find your head? Where are we now?
A half hour out of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
At the next stop, wire Fitzroy to have some detectives waiting for us when we pull in tomorrow morning. And give this guy and everybody in it a vacuum cleaning, Bailey. Even if the Fitzroy boys have to go to New York with us.
Very well, sir.
Bar. I'll show you how to solve this case, Ellery. Find that money, and you've got Marco's murderer. Philadelphia. Time's keeping Beatty and those Pittsburgh men. They're searching after 10 hours. The money must be in this car.
Dad, I've got it.
With the money in, son?
No, I mean the explanation for that shoe incident.
Huh?
Killer wanted a weapon that couldn't be traced to him, so he stole one of Zara's shoes from her receptacle,
But realized it was too light as a weapon.
So we rifled Brady's shoe receptacle.
and then decided he wouldn't use either one. He'd use Goliath's shoe. That would make a weapon. So he stole Goliath's shoe,
And then putting back Mr. Brady's and Madame Zard.
made a mistake and mixed them up.
Inspector Queen.
Huh? Oh, glass.
How much longer do I have to walk around in my socks? I want my shoe.
We're checking it for fingerprints, Mr. Glass. You'll have it back by the time we reach New York.
Would you wash the blood off?
Sure, Mr. Glass. Ellery, I made up my mind. I'm arresting Zara.
Why Zara, Dad?
She knew Marco was dead, the only one who did. How could she have known unless she bumped him off?
Oh, that is a puzzle, how she knew. Dad, she claims she might see the criminal in her crystal ball. Why not call her bluff?
See whom she accuses.
Madame Zara has something up her sleeve, and it isn't a crystal ball.
Madame Zara, what is it you people can't ever do anything in the light?
We consult other worlds. Light is a disturbance. I must have darkness.
No, Crystal. Conductor. Yes? Switch the lights off the end of the house. But tell Sergeant Beatty to have both ends of the car watched. Yes, sir.
You will all join hands.
This is silly, Ellery.
She knows it's silly, too, Nicky. Zara's trying to tell us something, using the seance as a cloak.
I must have quiet, or my crystal will tell me nothing. Come, appear. You who shed Marco's blood, appear in the crystal of truth.
Ellery, it's getting a faint glow.
Phosphorus, Nicky. Quiet.
The one who spills the blood of old men. He takes shape. His face comes out of a mist. In a moment now, I see him. I see him.
Much obliged, Madame Zara. Who done it?
The spiller of blood is...
Madame Zara, why do you stop?
Zara. What are you doing? Turn on those lights.
Ellery, do you think she's...
Here are the lights. Zara.
She's sitting so still.
Zara. Come out of that now.
She's in one of her trances.
Oh, no, I thought she was dead, Mr. Brady.
Gosh, Captain Piggy, so did I.
Wake up, Zara.
Thank goodness.
Whose face did you see in that thing?
I must not tell you. Not yet.
Oh. And why not yet?
The time isn't right. Perhaps later.
Madame Zara, you're a first-class fake.
Fake! I'm not going to stay around here and be insulted.
All of you, back to the compartments.
I don't think this is right.
So that's that, Ellery. Oh, really? Well,
Boy, am I pooped.
Find the money, Sergeant?
Those Pittsburgh guys and me, we've gone over this car 3 times. No doubt.
what? Really?
Look, Inspector, we tore those blamed compartments practically apart. You saw how we searched this lounge, the bar, the porter's pantry, the light fixtures, the radio, the front. Well, you want me to go on?
How about the people, Sergeant?
Yeah, head to toe. Clothes, luggage, cigarettes. We even examined Sarah's crystal ball. Oh, we searched the 2 conductors and the porter, too. No doubt.
Really, you're a crook's idea of Santa Claus. Start all over again. I want that $30,000 before we reach New York.
End of the line. Ellery, where is all that stolen money in?
Can't imagine, Nicky. Poor Dad.
That must be the inspector's own squad waiting on the platform.
How's everybody here?
Yeah, Freddie, Goliath, Pinky.
Where's Madame Hocus Pocus? That Zara woman.
She isn't here, Inspector.
But you must know we're in. The train stopped.
What's she up to now? Really get her out here.
Okay. Hey, Sarah. Inspector.
Nicky, don't look.
Dead. Zara's been bumped off.
Head smashed in with a crystal ball.
Really, hold everybody.
Nobody will.
Who'd have thought?
But why, Madame Zara?
It's clear now. We wondered how Zara knew about Marco's being dead. Don't you see? Zara must have spied on the murder in the corridor last night. She must have seen the killer go into Marco's room with Goliath's shoe.
And why didn't she tell us?
Because she had her own axe to grind, Nicky. The seance was a veiled threat to the killer. She was warning him she could give him away if she chose.
So that he'd split the 30 grand with her. But instead, he split her head open.
Wait a minute. Of course. Now I see it all. We've been blind.
Ellery.
Been destroyed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crowley and Mr. Kelly. In a moment you'll learn what the correct solution is. But first, the search for an honest man has come to an end in the person of our own Ernest Chappell.
Oh, me, what Ellery undoubtedly means is that I'm not going to make a single claim for Bromo Seltzer. That isn't absolutely true. I'm not going to tell you that it'll do all your errands and finish your housework for you. But I do say there's just nothing better than Bromo Seltzer for common sick headaches. You know the kind: pounding head pain, jumpy nerves, upset stomach. Well, Bromo Seltzer fights headache like that 3 ways. You get effective relief. Quickly feel more like your old self. So be prepared. Keep Bromo Seltzer handy where you work as well as at home. All right, inside. Come on. Boys, no one gets in till this is over. All right, sit down, you people. Okay, Inspector.
Here's the way this case stacks up. We know the killer wanted a weapon that couldn't be traced to him. So what did he pick? Somebody else's shoe. Mark that. Somebody else's shoe. So whatever shoe or shoes he stole last night belonged to innocent people. Not to the murderer.
Makes sense to me, Ellery.
Gosh, Nicky, I want to follow this.
Whose shoes were stolen last night? Madam's ours, so she's innocent. Mr. Brady's, so he's innocent. And finally, Goliath's, so he's innocent. Who's left who could be the guilty man? Only Captain Pinky.
Captain Pinky, where'd you hide that dough?
But I didn't kill Mr. Markham.
Dad, haven't you left out one possibility?
What possibility, son?
That the murderer wanted you to think just what you do think. That the crime was committed by the one person whose shoe was not involved.
He deliberately involved all the shoes but Captain Pinky's.
He was framing Pinky?
I'm afraid so, Dad. The big point of this case is one you made yourself repeatedly. That to find the killer, we had to find the money he stole.
But we didn't find the money, son.
And why didn't we?
Because it wasn't in the car.
But it was in the car, Dad. It had to be.
Hurry, the car was practically demolished. Everybody and everything in it was searched.
That can't be, Dad, or the $30,000 would have been found. Obviously, then, one place was not searched. So that place is where the missing money must be.
What place? Where didn't we search, Maestro?
Did you search the weapon, Sergeant?
What?
The weapon that killed Marshall?
Who'd ever think of searching the weapon?
Exactly. That's what the killer figured, too. That we wouldn't dream the hiding place of the money was the very shoe which bashed poor Marco's head in.
But, Ellery, what good did that do him? How could he expect to get hold of the money again? That shoe was a murder weapon held by the police.
Therefore, Nicky, the murderer could be only one person, the owner of the shoe, to whom it would eventually be returned.
Eventually. But I had asked for a shoe even before we reached Penn Station. And I just gave it to him. Right? Take that murder shoe off.
No, you're wrong. I didn't. Oh, yeah? Oh, no.
Come on, Dad.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Get this gunboat off.
I didn't do it.
Speedy, tear out that shoe lining.
Yes, sir. And here they are.
The three $10,000 bills.
Clever crime, Goliath, because who'd be foolish enough to use his own shoe as a murder weapon and then leave it behind to be found? You knew we'd believe you innocent. You knew we'd therefore return the shoe with its hidden money to you.
But there's one thing Goliath didn't know. He didn't know he was traveling with Ellery, the giant killer.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Mr. George R. Crowley and Mr. F. Beverly Kelly for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. And we have for both Mr. Crowley and Mr. Kelly a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, an autographed copy of my new mystery novel, There Was an Old Woman, just out this week, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Oh, Ellery, I certainly enjoyed that story. I bet you can't top it next week.
I'll take that bet, Chappie, and I'll tell you what it's about in just a moment.
Okay, that gives me time enough to introduce my friend and your friend, the one and only educated train known to man, the talking Bromo Seltzer train.
I did a three-ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Yes, you can't beat that for good sense. Fight headache 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. You see, common sick headaches often affect you 3 ways. Pain in the head, jangling nerves, and upset stomach. But Bromo Seltzer quickly relieves that pain in your head. Bromo Seltzer helps settle jumpy nerves. Bromo Seltzer helps settle upset stomach. You see what I mean? 3-way misery, 3-way relief with Bromo Seltzer. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headaches, see your doctor. For common sick headaches, do as millions of others do. Use tried and true Bromo Seltzer.
I did a three-ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, now, Ellery, my lad, how's for next week? You got something nice and cheerful?
Very, Chappie. In fact, it's a story about a perfect gentleman. That is, perfect except for one little obsession.
Yeah, what's that?
He wants to murder his wife.
Pleasant guy.
So, Chappie, you better listen again next Saturday for the adventure of the human weapon.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop travels to Cheyenne, Wyoming, where Parks Johnson and Warren Hull will interview a flying fortress crew just back from bombing Germany. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. Production is directed by Bruce Cameron.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Gang, this morning I happened to drop in on my pal Jerry Link when he was holding a meeting of his aviation club, and I certainly was surprised at what I learned.
Well, listen, everybody, I've got an important announcement to make. Did you bring your model planes with you?
Sure, I got mine right here.
Well, we've got a big project to get done. They've asked us to make a complete collection of exhibition for them a week from today.
Boy, gee, that's keen. I got 4 already, and my mother went down to the store to get some more packages of pep this morning. I wonder what I'll get in those.
I'll trade with you, Sam, if you've got 2 of a kind. Hey, wait a minute, fellas. First of all, how many planes has everybody got? Tommy?
I got 4.
Pete? Well, counting the one I got this morning, I've got 5. I haven't had time to cut the last one out and put it together. Well, I've got 5, too. Tell you what, let's all go down to the store and see if we can get enough for at least 1 squadron by next week, okay? Let's go.
Yes, gang, that's what I learned at Jerry Link's Aviation Club meeting this morning. Now, how are you coming with your own private collection? Have you got enough free planes for a squadron yet? Well, don't forget that there's another free plane in every single package of pep. So keep on treating yourself to crisp, delicious pep for breakfast. You have a swell collection of free. And remember, gang, when you more than just a grand tasting breakfast serving, you're getting more vitamin D than in any other flake cereal you can buy. A package of those delicious, and remember the name now, P. Pep is made in Michigan.
And now the adventure. Well, as usual, editor Pep, Dr. Leander Cameron has, but this time it's serious trouble. Newly invented helicopter and folded up to the size of a suitcase. A clever, unscrupulous, fearful lest the deadly vengeance on Dr. Cameron are moving heaven and earth to locate the vast expanse of the country. From descriptions of the vulture are pouring into the offices of law enforcement agencies. Reporters, urgent tense intervals.
Police 3B41, being known as the Vulture. Height 5 feet 1053 pounds. Hair gray black. Disguise. Report whereabouts at once. Repeating. Be on lookout as the Vulture.
Over and over again, the war of a man known as the Vulture. In every city and hamlet, at every crossroad from Maine to California, the greatest manhunt in the history of crime is now going on. But even that fails to satisfy Perry White, editor of the Daily Planet and Dr. Leander Cameron's close friend. We find him in his office talking on the phone with Police Inspector Henderson.
Do I have to tell you, Henderson, that no effort is too great? Yes, I know you're sending alarms out every 15 minutes. I know you've blanketed the country, but that's not enough. We got to do more than that. I'm going to hire every private detective in Metropolis. I'm going to find the Vulture if it takes every cent that I've got. Yes. Goodbye. Yes. Will someone out there please tell Clark Kent I want to see him?
Sorry, Mr. White, but Mr. Kent left an hour ago and hasn't returned.
What?
I said Mr. Kent left an hour ago.
He left? Well, where did he go?
I don't know.
Why, that stupid, unmitigated fool. Doesn't he know any better than to leave the office at a time like this? What right has he to waste precious minutes when they... Oh, never mind.
But Clark Kent isn't wasting precious minutes. Unknown to Editor White or to anyone, he has stripped off the street clothes of the meek, unassuming reporter, and in the red cape and blue costume of Superman, he is moving swiftly about the city, visiting the dark, dingy hangouts of underworld characters, searching for a clue that might lead him to the whereabouts of the Vulture.
Open up in there. Never mind that. Open up or I'll break the door.
Okay, wait a minute. What's the big idea? Goodness, who are you? What you wearing a costume for?
Stand back.
Hey, wait a minute, Bud. You can't come in here.
Sorry, but I am in. You're Blackie Minetta, aren't you?
Yeah, but...
Just answer my question. Where's the Vulture?
Who?
You heard me, the Vulture.
I don't know who you're talking about.
You're lying in your teeth, Blackie. You worked for the Vulture at one time. Where is he now?
Hey, what do you think you're talking to?
Don't bother reaching for that gun, Blackie.
Oh, no.
I said don't bother.
Hey, my God. What happened to it?
Right here in my hand, Blackie. Just to make certain you don't hurt yourself with it, I'll twist it out of shape and toss it into the corner.
Oh.
So.
No, I ain't seeing right. I'm going dead.
It's that stuff I've been drinking.
Oh, it's not that stuff you've been drinking, Blackie. You're seeing right. You saw what I did to that gun, didn't you? Well, I can do the same thing to your head. Only it'll be...
I've been going straight. Honest I have.
I'm not interested in whether you've been going straight or not. There's only one thing I want to know. Where's the vulture?
I don't know. I heard he was in stud doing time.
You didn't know he escaped yesterday?
Escaped?
Yes.
No, honest I didn't.
Where would the vulture go after breaking out of prison, Blackie?
Search me, mister. Unless he ain't got no right to tell you. It's squealing rat.
Take a look at that twisted revolver, Blackie. Then think of your head. What would you rather do? Squeal or...
Okay, I'll tell you. The only place I know he might be is at Mrs. Gaunt's.
Who's that?
Her name's Mrs. Gaunt. She's a tall, skinny dame. Used to help the vulture with some of his deals. Kind of old, mean.
Where does she live?
In a rooming house at 432 Crandall Street. Hey, the door's over this way, mister.
I think the window will be more convenient, Blackie, once we get it open.
What are you going to do now?
Just say goodbye and leap out the window. So long, Blackie. Up and away! Mrs. Gaunt, 432 Crandall Street, eh? Well, that sounds like it might be a good lead. There's Crandall Street right below me. I think I'd better make this call as Clark Kent. The thing there's a dim out. Streets are dark and deserted. Down! Now to get back into Kent's clothes. So, put these horn-rimmed glasses on. And change my voice. There, guess that does it. Once more, the meek reporter sallies forth in search of news. Up these steps. There should be a bell somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is. Mrs. Gaunt, eh? I'd expect the vulture to know a woman with a name like that. Mrs. Gaunt. Uh-oh, there's a light going on in the hall. Someone's coming.
Yes? And what can I be doing for you?
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you, madam, but I'm looking for Mrs. Gaunt.
No more than I am, young fella. Skipped off owing me 3 weeks' rent, they did.
When was this?
Yesterday afternoon. Sneaked out, bag and baggage, the skinny old witch. Well, maybe it's best to see the last of her. She was a weird one, you can take it from me. Good riddance to bad rubbish, I'd say. You wouldn't be looking for a room now, would you?
Oh, no, thank you. Did Mrs. Gaunt...
Notice it. If she had, I'd be after having a lawn, or believe me.
Well, thanks just the same.
Don't mention it. And although it's none of me business, and maybe I'm sticking my nose in where I don't belong, I hardly think a nice-looking young fella like you should be after taking the company of the likes of Mrs. Gaunt.
I'll remember that, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Well, looks like the end of the trail. No forwarding address. An odds-on bet she's with the vulture. But where? No, I think I'll drop in at police headquarters and see whether they picked up any leads. Nothing else to do now.
Walking briskly down Crandall Street, Ken turns left toward the center of the city and police headquarters, unaware that the very people he is looking for, the vulture, Mrs. Gaunt, and Dr. Leander Cameron, are actually in the sumptuous penthouse drawing room of the very apartment house he is now passing. Dr. Cameron is cringing in his chair, his eyes bright with terror. Mrs. Gaunt, her face a white, expressionless mask, guards the heavy oak door, her arms folded across her chest. The vulture is standing at a table on which has been set a screened wooden box. In the box, coiled on a bed of straw, are 2 beady-eyed rattlesnakes. The vulture speaks. It was fortunate that you happened to inform me that your one fear is the fear of snakes, Dr. Cameron.
No, please. I beg of you, take them away.
And fortunate, too, that I happen to have on hand 2 full-grown rattlers.
Oh.
You see, I use them to extract. Comes in very handy at times. It's a subtle and not easily traced poison. Lovely rattlesnakes. Aren't they, Dr. Cameron?
Please, if you have any decency at all, take them away. They horrify me.
Do they really?
What
would you say if I opened the box and allowed them a little freedom?
It would kill me. I swear to you, I would die of shock.
Then perhaps you'll change your mind about writing that little note to your friend, Editor Petty White.
No, I can't do that. I can't lure Petty and Kent and the rest of them into your clutches. I can't. I won't.
Perhaps my little pet here can convince you, Dr. Cameron. Shall we see what happens when I open the box? Reaching for the cover of the snake box, the vulture raises it slowly. What will happen? In just a moment, we'll return to the thrilling climax of this episode, but first, here's another important message.
Gang, wouldn't it be fun to be a real plane pilot and handle a Grumman Wildcat or a P-40 Tomahawk or maybe even a P-47 Thunderbolt, one of the most powerful planes in the whole world? I'll bet it would. Of course, it's a little early for you actually to learn to fly one of those great fighting planes, but here's an easy way to learn how to spot them. From the wonderful free model plane you get in every single package of Kellogg's Pep. Yes, gang, right inside every Pep package is an accurate scale model of one of the great fighting planes of America and her allies, all ready to cut out and put together. Gang, this plane is absolutely free. You don't have to send in a single penny or any box tops either. Start now collecting your own squadron of free model planes. And remember...
Get in step. Make your cereal Kellogg's Pep.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Our scene is the same. The Vulture has reached out and is slowly opening the cover of the box containing the two deadly rattles. One of the coiled reptiles raises its flat, shiny head and is about to slide out. It is about to Cameron's horrified cry, "Nice to the room!"
No! Super!
Will you write the letter to Pennywise?
Yes. I'll do it.
Give him the fountain pen and paper, Mrs. Dawn. Thank you. Now, Dr. Cameron. Write, as I dictate. Dear Perry, I am safe and well.
Oh, my.
Unfortunately, I could not contact you sooner. But I should like you, Kent, Miss Lane, and the Olsen boy to meet me as soon as possible in the penthouse apartment of my friend David Reed at 220 Cherry Drive. I have something very interesting to show you, so please come as soon as...
Forced by his deathly fear of snakes to write a note that will lure his friends into the Vulture's trap, Dr. Cameron is helpless. Will Perry White and Clark Kent fall for the Vulture's trick? Well, you'll be surprised at what happens, so don't miss tomorrow's episode, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications. This is Mutual.
Uncle Sam presents Wings to Victory. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. Arthur White, USA. The story of a desperate battle between a fortress and German planes above the North Sea, and how Lieutenant Johnny Long, its bombardier, brought the ship home after pilot and co-pilot had been put out of action. From the West Coast, ladies and gentlemen, the Army Air Forces present Wings to Victory, a dramatization of American heroism based on combat reports from the fighting fronts. For obvious reasons, the names of characters in these true stories are fictitious. There is no record that someone has already said this, but surely someone will. Big wars are won by little men. Whether in the pass of Thermopylae or in the midnight skies over the ominous black waters of the North Sea, little men from towns like Tornado, Texas, Grover's Corners, Kentucky, Dogwood, South Dakota, This story concerns a little man named Johnny Long, who loved planes and the men who fly them so much that something was bound to happen.
Hey, Johnny. Johnny Long, what's the matter? Getting train sick?
No, Dick, I guess I was just daydreaming again.
Oh, brother, you and your daydreaming. What you ought to do is get more sleep nights.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, what is it with you? No kidding, you go around like a guy in a trance. The girlfriend saw you joined up or something?
Haven't got a girlfriend.
Well, then... Look, I hope you don't think I'm butting in, Johnny.
Oh, heck no, Dick, it's okay.
I suppose you know you're acting peculiar. The other guys have noticed it, too. A couple of them figured maybe you thought you were too good for the rest of us.
Me, an ex-barber, feel I'm too good for that bunch of swell guys? Don't be a jerk.
Are you worried, Johnny? Is that it?
Yeah, I guess that's what it is, Dick. I'm worried. Worried sick.
Mind if I ask about what?
Well, I don't suppose you'll understand. But you see, ever since I was a little punk, all I've ever wanted was to be a flyer. Now that I'm in the Army and on my way to a primary training field, I'm just so scared every time I think of it, I shake all over. If they wash me out, Dicks will help me, I don't know what I'll do.
You know what you are, Long? A first-class drizzlepuss. A professional wet blanket. Gosh, a college graduate. Read every book there is on flying. Why, you haven't a worry in the world. You'll end up having wings all over your chest. Now, come on, snap out of it.
I wish you meant that.
Why, you drip, of course I mean it. Any man who wants to be a pilot as bad as you do. Hey, look. We're pulling into town. Come on, Johnny, get your bags down. Primary training, here we come.
All right. 5, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, now, who can define dynamic stability? Long, I see your hand up.
Dynamic stability is that property of an aircraft which causes it, when its state of steady flight is disturbed, to damp the oscillation set up by the restoring forces and moments and gradually return to its original state.
That's good, Long. Very good. In fact, Long, that's letter perfect.
Now till she stalls. Then kick her out of the spin in 1.5 turns. Okay? Let's go.
Okay, you guys, who's coming to town?
You coming, Johnny?
I'll say, come on, let's go. Hey, Dick, look.
Huh?
What's the matter with Rich? He's always the first one out the door when we get leave.
Oh, didn't you know? Had his third check ride today. Lieutenant Adamson washed him out.
Washed him out? Why, he's a good kid. He flies like the plane's a part of him.
Yeah, that's the trouble, I guess.
Oh.
It came too easy to Rich. He got careless.
That's a shame.
They caught him doing tight turns too close to the ground and buzzing over housetops. Well, let's be getting to town, Johnny.
I don't think I'd better go, Dick. You go on. Go ahead.
What in the blazes is wrong with you now? One of them moods again?
No, you'd better go, Dick. I'm staying here. I got a feeling I'm going to be checked come Monday.
Long, what's the matter with you? Your work is terrible, just plain raunchy. Come on now, get your head out.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. I'm sorry, sir.
All right, now snap into it, Long. We'll try those tight figure eights again, and watch it this time.
Right, sir. Here we go. Were those better, Lieutenant?
Yes, a little. Now head back to the field. We'll try a spot landing.
Yes, sir.
I want you to sit down directly alongside that PT-17.
Yes, sir. Shall I cut the gun now?
Yeah, go ahead and cut her.
Is my angle of glide all right, sir?
You're taking the check ride, Long, not me. Now take it in and try to set her down easy.
I'll sure try, sir. Here we go.
Long, kick left rudder and give her the gun. You're ground looping.
Well, Lieutenant, was that landing any better?
Long, what's the matter with your depth perception? We started to level off at about 15 feet.
Oh, I know that, sir, but you
And
see...
that spot landing you tried, the first one.
Yes, sir?
I haven't seen many any worse. You leveled off too high, and your right wing was down. It's just a piece of luck that we didn't ground loop into that other plane and crack up 2 ships.
Well, you see, sir...
The only thing I see, Long, is that we've given you every possible break, and you've shown no improvement.
But, Lieutenant, I made perfect landings all week. I felt my air work was okay.
Yes, but it's a check ride that counts.
Well, that's just it, sir. Knowing my check ride was coming up, I think maybe I was over-anxious.
Long, a bomber pilot can't be over-anxious at any time.
Oh, I know that,
It's a sign
sir,
of
but...
emotional instability. That's your trouble. Now, suppose you're flying a combat airplane, or suppose you had charge of a bomber with 10 lives on your hands.
Yes, sir.
It isn't a job for an over-anxious man. I hate to say it, Long, but I'll have to recommend that you be eliminated.
Johnny, for Pete's sake, will you quit acting like a kid? Stop, will you? You almost knocked my sister's picture off the top of the dresser. Now look, Johnny.
Why don't you shut up, Dick?
Oh, for gosh sakes. You'd imagine you'd been sentenced to be shot at sunrise or something, instead of being shipped back to civilian life. Other guys have been washed out before, you know. And there'll be more, lots more.
You want this tie?
No, thanks. Now, see here, Johnny. I told you to quit slamming those drawers like that. Now, stop, will you,
Before you what?
Why, you ungrateful jerk. After me putting up with you now for almost 2 months, practically wet nursing you, and you've got the nerve to snap at me. Probably a good thing that did wash out. Before someone around here forgot we're supposed to act like officers and gentlemen and took you apart.
Took me apart? You think you could do it, you loud-mouthed heel, you?
I don't have to think about that, mister. I know I can. You self-centered little fool. Now, maybe that'll teach you at least to try to act like a man. Johnny. Johnny, do you hear me? Hey, kid. Kid, come on. Come on, open up your eyes, Johnny. Oh, gosh almighty, the kid's hurt. Johnny. Johnny, can you hear me, kid?
What the... Oh, it's you.
You okay, Johnny? You all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Brother, you got a punch like a flying fortress. All my teeth in?
I didn't knock you out, kid. You stumbled over that chair. Jeepers, you sure had me winging for a minute. Here, hang on to my hand. I'll help you up.
Thanks. Dick, I feel like the north end of a shoe going south. No fooling. I'm awful sorry I shot off my big mouth like that.
Oh, forget it, Johnny. I have.
No, I don't want to forget it. I made a jackass out of myself in front of the swellest guy I ever met.
Well, we did kind of get along together, I guess.
I'm ashamed of myself letting a little thing like being washed out get me down. Why, just as you said before, I'm probably better off knowing I'm not cut out to be a flyer.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I didn't say you weren't cut out to be a flyer, Johnny. I just said that...
I know. Let it go. Well, so what? I guess I can take it. You want to help me drag my suitcases down to the station?
Oh, sure. You don't think you're going without me saying goodbye? Come on, Johnny. You got to get that train back to good old Tornado, Texas.
Howdy, boys.
Oh, good morning.
Johnny, back on the job, huh?
Yep. Didn't quite make it, Mr. Holcomb. You're next, sir.
Oh, just once over, Johnny. Trim up the mustache, huh?
You bet, Mr. Holcomb. Yeah. Heard from your son lately?
Oh, yeah, just yesterday.
Where's he at now, Mr. Holcomb? Still in San Diego?
No, he's on a carrier, being shipped to Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor, huh? Oh, that's in Hawaii, isn't it?
Yep.
A lucky guy. Wings in his chest, brass button, and all those hula gals.
Oh, I don't think he's so lucky. Not from what he writes.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Well, I mean the Japs. Pat writes that most of the boys expect to be at war with Japan before the month's out.
At war?
Hey, what's the matter, Johnny? You decided not to give me a shave? Come on, this lather's drying on my face.
Mr. Martin, would you finish Mr. Holcomb's shave?
Finish the shave? Why, what's the matter?
Plenty. Looks like we're going to be at war soon, and they're sure enough not going to catch this goon with his feet down.
You say you were in the Air Forces last spring?
Uh-huh. Yes, sir. I washed out after 7 weeks, but I want to get back. I mean, well, you see, there's other jobs in a plane besides flying it.
You mean you'd like to go back in, but this time to navigator school or bombardiers?
Bombardiers, Captain. I know I'll make good at that. I swear I will.
Well, Long, I certainly wish there were more men who felt as you do.
Well,
Many of the men who are disqualified for being pilots, largely through no fault of their own, feel there's nothing left in the Air Forces for them.
Uh-huh.
That isn't true. Bombardiers, navigators, and aerial gunners are just as vital to the successful operation of a bombing team as the pilot himself. But I guess you realize that, Long. You want to fly in a plane no matter what you do, isn't that so?
Yes, sir. More than anything I've ever wanted in my life, Captain. And this time I'll plant those bombs smack into barrels from 30,000 feet if they'll just give me the chance. Yes, sir. This time it's for keeps.
Well, Mr. Long, this is the moment you bombardiers have been waiting for. To plant a real demolition bomb on that shack.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. And I've just got to smack it dead center.
Well, don't get nervous, mister. Your record's too good to spoil.
I'll do my best, sir. Are we almost on target?
Approaching target straight and level. Bomb bay doors open?
Bomb bay doors open, sir. Okay to follow PDI.
Roger.
A little more to the right, sir. That's it. Thank you. Oh, boy, this is it. Now, if that shack down there was only Hirohito, I'd sure give him the works. Bombs away! I got it, sir! I got it! I blew it all to pieces!
I saw it, Long. Nice going. Button her up and let's go.
Any news about a new bombardier for our team yet, Dick?
About 40 new ones landed from the States. We'll be getting one through the pool any time now, Buck.
Boy, I sure hope so. Oh, that fortress they assigned us is a Lulu. I'm telling you, she handled just like a doll buggy. Say, Dick, have you got any ideas about a name for our baby?
I don't know. How does Minnie the Moocher sound?
We might get our gong kicked around. What would you think of Donald Duck?
Oh, Pete Harrison beat you to that one. Besides, come on, you're closest, Buck. See who it is, will you?
Yeah, sure.
A pilot named Johnson here. I'm the new bombardier.
Well, greetings and salutations, my boy. I'm Buck O'Connor, co-pilot.
How are you?
Come on in. That's Mr. Johnson over there at the desk with his big feet up.
Oh, well, my name's Long. Johnny Long. Dick. Well, now...
Why, Johnny Long, you old son of a gun.
What's the matter with me? When they said Johnson, the thing never tied up in my mind. Dick Johnson from primary. Dick, I'm glad to see you.
Say, will you tell me what you're doing back in uniform?
Ah, you know what they say. Can't keep a good man down. I re-enlisted. Went to bombardier school, and this time, my friend, I made it. Gee, Dick, it's a small world, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
Well, here I am, so what are we waiting for? Let's get that B-17 out and drop a few thousand-pounders smack through the roof at Berchtesgaden.
He's an ambitious cuss, this pal of yours, Dick.
Ambitious with a capital M. You know, he am from Texas.
Well, partner, so that's where you all hail from, down by the Rio Grande. Did you bring your Mustang along?
No, sir, just my Eagle Eye.
Hey, now there's a name for the ship. The Eagle Eye.
Say, that's not bad. The Eagle Eye.
What, you mean our fortress hasn't got a name yet? Well, what's wrong with calling her the Texas Tommy?
Texas Tommy? That's a dance.
Well, we're going to make those Jerrys dance, aren't we?
Now, wait a minute. Look, lads. The name can wait. We can do just as much damage without a name for a while. And now, Lieutenant Long, you better come along with us and meet the rest of your team. As you were, men. Men, our bombardier arrived today. Now this team is complete. I'm not much of a hand at making speeches, but I want you to meet a real officer and a gentleman. Lieutenant John Long. Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Reading from left to right, Sergeant Collins, Patchlinko, Finehouse, Bates, Legrande, and Van Hoyten. Boys, Lieutenant Long.
Well, men, I don't know about you, but talking for myself, I've been waiting a long, long time for this occasion. Now that it's happened, I see who you are and see that certain look on your faces. I'm here to say this was worth waiting for. I think we're all going to do all right together. In fact, men, I know it.
All right, boys. That's all. Dismissed. Come on, Johnny. Let's go meet your plane. Hey, what are you staring at, Johnny?
Just looking up there where you sit.
Haven't gotten over wanting to fly, have you?
No, I guess not, Dick.
Oh, you're nuts. You know that, don't you? What good would these fortresses be if we were all pilots? All we do anyhow is chauffeur you bombardiers to where you're going, and then, well, you take over.
Oh.
You boys do the damage, son.
Yeah? You like to make a fast trade, Lieutenant? Tell you what, I'll give you my job for yours and $100 thrown in.
Now, I know you're nuts. Ever fly one of these babies?
No.
Of course not. Believe you me, these fortresses are nothing like those PT-19s you were flying at primary, Johnny. For you to try to fly a B-17 would be like a kid from a soapbox derby tackling a General Grant tank.
Well, okay. But if you were a good guy, which strictly you're not, you'd at least name this crate Texas Tommy.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do with you, Mr. Long.
What?
You get yourself a Jerry merchant ship or slide a bomb down a smokestack on the Krupp Works in Essen, and I'll put your name on it.
Hey, you guys. Look alive. We're wanted in operations in 5 minutes for briefing.
Briefing? You mean we're going out?
You'll find out what they mean when you get there. Now, come on. This looks like business.
Well, gentlemen, is that clear? Target accept. Departure 18:15 hours. Rendezvous at 7,000 at LT. When you've picked up your fighter escort, proceed at once to your target.
Colonel?
Yes, Lieutenant O'Connor?
The point of rendezvous, LT. That's over the North Sea, is it not, sir?
Yes. And, Lieutenant, it's a long way down to the drink, and right now it's awfully chilly.
That's very good, sir.
That's all then, men. Good luck. Best of hunting. Hey, Dick.
Yeah, Johnny?
Remember that offer I made you this afternoon about trading me jobs? Well, how about if I give you $200 to boot?
Now listen, you little sprat.
But it's so darn quiet and lonesome here in this goldfish bowl.
I'm afraid I'm going to sleep before we even sight the coast of Deutschland.
How about it, partner? Just one spell at the controls.
Hey, Skipper. 5 formations of Messies and flock of wolves coming at us from upstairs.
All right, gunners, man your guns. Johnny, look alive. Maybe this will keep you awake till we get to Bremen.
Here they come, Skipper. And here I go. There goes a Jerry, son of a sausage maker, into the drink.
And here goes another. Hey, Dick, get a load of that. There goes one Messy down like a rocket.
Nice going, Johnny. Watch it. There's another one starting to make a pass.
Hey, Dick, left rudder and get after that maverick. He slid by me before I had a chance to give him a burst. Dick, what's up? Can you hear me? Dick! Oh, isn't this interphone working? Dick! Come in, please. Dick!
Johnny. I hear you. Come out of that greenhouse. Get up here, kid.
Get up there? Well, this is a fine time to take me up on my offer to trade your jobs. You know I can't leave this greenhouse. It'd mean taking off my mask, Dick.
Never mind oxygen. Get up here, Johnny.
Okay, Skipper. Guy who designed these masks sure never figured on having to take them off over my schnozzola. How does a guy breathe without... I better get out of here. Well, Richard, here I am. Cheapest creepest. What in God's name happened?
Cannon shell. got Buck. Clip me, Johnny. I'm about done in.
Good Lord. Pilot and co-pilot both out of commission. And where can I plug in my mask?
No time, Johnny. Listen while I can still talk.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You're about the only one on board who's ever flown at all, Johnny. You gotta try to turn that plane around and get her back home.
Dick, I'm gonna pass out without oxygen.
Drag Buck out of the seat. Put her nose down, Johnny. Lower altitude.
Do what I can. Here, let me get hold of O'Connor. Drag him out of the...
That's it. Now get behind the wheel. Take it down to 5,000 before you pass out.
Just push wheel forward.
Yeah, push. Push hard.
Getting down, Dick. Dick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
What's the matter with those engines?
Number 2 and 3 engines going out. Cannon shells got them. Pull throttles back quick. Got ignition.
Okay. That fixed it. Whew. Breathing better down here, Dick. Altimeter reads 7,000. Now what do I do?
He's back on wheel, little Johnny. Try to level her off about 5,000.
Okay. The nose doesn't seem to want to come up, Dick.
Give 2 good engines more throttle. Now roll back on stabilizer.
Where is it?
At your left on control column.
Oh, I see it. There, she's easing up. I got her now, Dick. But how do I get this crate turned around? We're still heading away from England.
Easy turn, kid. Remember?
Yeah.
Little left aileron. The slightest bit left rudder.
Like this?
That's perfect. I'll try to stay awake, Johnny. Tell you what to do.
Yeah.
Can you see compass?
Compass, yeah. Now what?
Set course, Johnny. Bearing about 280.
280, check. Okay, skipper, relax. Relax and pray. 'Cause look out, London. Here comes nothing. Dick, can you hear me?
Yeah, Johnny.
I see a field down there. Now, what do I do? Just cut the gun, stick a nose down, and pray, huh?
No. Come back on wheel a little to slow it down.
Like this?
Yeah, that's it. Now let the wheels down.
Hey, it's a good thing you thought of that. What? How do you do it?
That toggle switch on top control column.
Okay. There. The indicator says they're down and locked. Now what?
Toggle switch for flaps. Let them all the way down. Yeah. That's right.
Fair enough. Hang on, son. We're taking the express elevator down. I suppose you remember this is what they washed me out for, Dick. Bad landings.
Yeah.
I always wondered what I'd do in a crash landing. But now we're all gonna find out. Hang on, boys. Hang on. Well, I'll be. Hey, Dick, get your head out and open your eyes. We made it. Ready, Dick? All right, then hand me the bottle of Coke. Thank you. Beautiful. I christen thee Texas Tommy.
Texas Tommy. Well, Johnny, you earned it. You certainly did.
But you know what I miss right now, Dick? What'd make this complete? I'd like to see that instructor I had at primary. The gent who said he wouldn't trust me to fly a bomber.
Lieutenant. I'd leave well enough alone. Only once in every pilot's lifetime comes a day when he sets his ship down so that her wheels just caress the landing strip. And if I were you, I'd quit pressing my luck and hang on to that bomb sight. Till a day comes when you can drop that stick-up bomb smack in the center of Berlin.
Yes, sir, it's strange how things will work out for a little man who wanted more than anything else to fly in one of Uncle Sam's planes. A few weeks later, General Eisenhower awarded to all 3 officers of the Texas Tommy the Distinguished Service Cross for unusual and distinguished heroism beyond the course of normal duty. Our Army Air Forces today provide an opportunity for thousands more Dick Johnsons and Johnny Longs to fly and fight in the sky. All young Americans of good health and quick minds are invited to apply now for assignment as Army Air Cadets. Many young men already enlisted in the Army are eligible. Such men should apply for aviation cadet training through their commanding officers. If you are not yet in the Army and are between 18 and 26, you may make application for cadet training through your local Army recruiting agency. You will appear before an aviation cadet board, and if the board finds you are qualified, you will be given a letter authorizing you to volunteer for induction ahead of your turn and assignment to aircrew training. If you're 17, you may enlist for aircrew training in the Air Corps Reserve. You will not be called to active training until after your 18th birthday. Your local Army recruiting agency can supply full information. Our Army Air Forces need more aviation cadets, men with the spirit and the courage of Dick Johnson and Johnny Long, men who will follow the leadership of flyers like Jimmy Doolittle, General Claire Chennault, and General Ira Aker. Men ready and eager to strike from the sky for their country against the enemy in Tokyo and in Berlin. You have been listening to Wings to Victory, presented by the Army Air Forces. The script was written by Paul Franklin through cooperation of the Hollywood Writers Mobilization. This war service program came to you from the West Coast. Sergeant Hal Gibney speaking. This is the Blue Network.
The Kraft Music Hall with Bing Crosby, Tootie Irwin, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids and Phil, the Charioteers, and Bing's guests for this evening, the ebullient, the effervescent Bert Lahr. And here's Bing Crosby.
When you're down and out, lift up your head and shout, there's gonna be a great day. Angels in the sky promise that by and by, there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you some early morning. We'll hear his horn. It's not far away. Hold up your hand and say, there's gonna be a great day. When skies were dark, came Noah's Ark. When lions roared, came Daniel's Lord. Amen. Lord, help those who pray, and on Judgment Day, if you believe, he shall receive you. Amen. When you're down and out, lift up your head and shout, there's gonna be a great day. Angels in the sky promise that by and by there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you some early morn. We'll hear his horn. It's not far away. Hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day. This is the old Kraft Music Hall, friends, heading out by shortwave to battle stations all over the world. And so they'll never have to take a cut in their victuals at any of those battle stations We here at home are expanding our rationing program starting midnight, March 29th. That's when the red stamps in your number 2 ration book begin to represent practically all kinds of meat, many types of cheese, butter, shortening, canned fish, fats, and edible oils. Is that right, Trudy Gal? You're a housekeeper.
That's right, Bing. The red stamps will be necessary for all kinds of meat except poultry and game.
Any other exceptions?
Mm-hmm. The red stamps won't be needed for salad dressing, mayonnaise, or pure olive oil.
Of course, cheese, that's a red model, isn't it?
Well, cottage cheese type and cream cheese are not rations.
Of course, all this just means that food will be distributed more fairly, so that all our fighting men and our allies all over the world can have the food that men win on. Matter of fact, it won't hurt most of us, I guess, to eat a little less.
Hey, I'm back.
Who are you?
You asked me that 12 times already. I'm Yuki.
You're what?
I'm Yuki.
I'm a little overweight, but I don't go around moaning about it.
Oh, that's my name, Yuki.
Well, we all have our little troubles. As I was saying, it won't hurt any of us to eat a little less.
I got that sandwich you sent me out for.
Sandwich?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sandwich. Well, that was hours ago. No wonder I didn't recognize you.
Yeah, well, they didn't have any bacon and tomatoes, so I got what they had.
Brilliant boy.
Thank you.
Nice initiative.
Thank you.
What did they have?
Nothing.
As I was saying, it won't hurt any of us to eat a little less.
I was only kidding. There's meat in the sandwich.
How much?
It's $1.50.
$1.50?
Yeah, but that includes the bread.
That's a great deal on a sandwich. I gave you $5. Where's the change?
No change.
Why not?
I'm a very heavy tipper.
Very heavy. with my cabbage you're tipping. Let's try this tasteless toast switch here. Definitely not much meat.
I know. For $1.50, they squeeze it on with an atomizer.
I think they missed it.
It won't hurt any of us to eat a little less.
That's what I say, yes.
That's a shame, Bing. Honestly, Yuki, if they didn't have any nice meat sandwiches, why didn't you get something else?
I did. I bought a tongue sandwich.
Well, where is it?
Well, you see, on the way down here, I met my doctor, and he took one look at it and put it to bed for 2 days.
It won't hurt any of us to eat a little less.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, look out, Bing. That sandwich is leaking.
Leaking?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I forgot to tell you. It's a striptease sandwich.
What's a striptease sandwich?
The dressing falls off.
Leave the room. Oh, my. This sandwich is getting very dull. I think we've spent too much. You want it, John Scott?
No, thank you, Bing. Not for me.
Not for you. What's this? Don't you eat between meals?
No, sir, Bing. I'm meals between eats.
Ah, yes. Say, Yuki.
Yeah.
Didn't I ask you to get me some coffee cake, too? What happened?
Well, they didn't have any coffee, so why should they have coffee cake?
That's right.
See? So I got you some milk and sponge cake. Here.
Oh, thank you. Say, the sponge cake's kind of soggy, isn't it?
I can explain that.
Please, do.
Well, you see, on the way over, I spilled the milk and had to use a sponge cake to sop it up.
Bravo. Sending you out for something to eat makes rationing a pleasure.
Thanks. I didn't know I was so patriotic.
Oh, yeah, you're a grand boy.
Rationing should be a pleasure for all of us, Bing, because it's the American way of seeing that everybody gets a fair share.
True, Trudy, true. But don't you gals find it kind of complicated?
Not really, Bing. And now that we've learned how to use the blue stamps, using the red ones will be easy. They work practically the same, you know.
Well, are certain stamps for meat and certain stamps for cheese and so on like that?
No. All the red stamps are interchangeable. For instance, if you don't eat meat, you can use all your meat stamps for cheese or butter or any of the other things that red stamps entitle you to.
Well, a hunk of meat's different than a standard-sized can or something. Suppose the points required can't be snapped out of your book exactly.
Well, you'll get change in red 1-point stamps. Red stamp A is good beginning March 29th. A and B are good the second week in April. A, B, and C the third week in April. And the fourth week in April, A, B, C, and D.
And I got a gal in Kalamazoo.
And for further information, stay tuned to KMH, where you're always likely to hear...
Whenever it's early twilight, I watch till a star breaks through. It's funny, it's not a star I see. It's whenever I roam through roses, and lately I often do. It's funny, it's not a rose I touch, it's always you. If a breeze caresses me, it's really you strolling by. And if I hear a melody, side. Wherever you are, you're near me. You dare me to be untrue. It's funny, each time I fall in love, it's
marches back. 1927. Charles G. Dawes is Vice President of these United States, and Marines land in Nicaragua. 1927. The younger generation is worrying the older generation, and vice versa. 1927, and in their homes, thinking men can be heard to whisper, "Bum, bum, 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 Chloe!"
When you want it.
Harry, for heaven's sake, do you have to sing like that?
I can't help but bawl when I sing. I really throw myself into it.
Well, then try singing Old Man River.
Oh, what is this? A fella can't even yodel in his own teepee.
Well, you're no brave.
Huh?
Say, did you see in the paper that the Sioux Indians gave President Coolidge a war bonnet?
Oh, gee, they're lucky, those presidents. They get everything.
You sound like you're jealous. What in the world would a man want with a war bonnet? I don't even know why an Indian wears a war bonnet.
Keep his wigwam.
Oh. I might have known. Oh, look here, Harry.
What's this?
Interest in good music certainly must be growing.
Why, what's that?
Well, it says that the University of Kansas has inaugurated a course in harp playing. I wonder if it's a 4-year course.
4 years?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. A cousin of mine up in Spokane learned how to play the harp in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks?
Sure, he was a politician. He used to pulling strings before.
Tell me he's lazy. Tell me he's slow. Tell me I'm crazy. Maybe I know. Can't help loving that man.
Now, look, Trudy, don't start singing tunes from Showboat. We're not going to see that again. Tonight, I'm picking the show.
Well, which one are we going to see then, Harry?
Well, it's, you know the show. It's a big hit, big smash hit. It's got this tune in it. It goes like this here.
Sometimes I'm happy. Sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. I never mind the rain from the sky. Never mind the rain at all. If I can find the sun in your eyes. Sometimes I love you. Sometimes I hate you. But when I hate you, it's because I love you. That's how I am. So what can I do? I'm happy when I'm with you. Sometimes I'm happy. Sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. I never mind the rain from the sky if I can find the sun in your eyes. Sometimes I love you. he enjoys the first few days of spring, we bask in the effulgent glory of Bert, plain puss law. Bert, long time and well thought of authority on baby dandling, drunken fife furniture, and floor sweeping, is really a true classicist at heart, a man of many sides, many glittering facets.
Oh, Bing, how you run on. Turn off the facets.
No, really, Bert, there is more than one side to your ebullient personality. There is your true appreciation of the higher arts.
Bing, when you mention the higher arts, I feel so Gordon Rouge.
You do.
So cordon bleu. So literary. Why, sometimes I feel as if I belong in a museum.
Just, of course.
No, that's my brother. He has two heads. You know, Bing, as much as I cherish my etchings, my earls, and my antiques, I devote most of my time to my stamp collection.
Use visualize, of course.
Naturally.
What do you concentrate on, foreign or domestic stamps?
The red ones in Ration Book 2.
Lots of nourishment in those stamps.
My whole family have been collectors, Bingham.
Have they now?
I had a very, 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 very dear old uncle who picked up the loveliest old things. Rare paintings, knickknacks, antiques, and jewelry.
Oh, he must have gotten hours of pleasure out of such collecting.
Yes, and years in St. Quentin.
I'm interested in rare things too, Bert.
Really, John? Rare coins, rare stamps, rare books,
rare steaks.
All of that. No wonder you're so fat. At 5 cents a pound, you'd be worth a veritable fortune if you had yourself rendered.
Any other members of your family collectors, Bertram?
Bing, I could talk about my family's hobbies until I'm hobby horse.
But you won't.
Why, I have a brother who hasn't worked for years and years because of his hobbies.
What is his hobby?
He sits in the corner and collects dust.
Should clean up that boy.
Of course, I'm the white sheep of the family.
I can tell.
The white sheep.
Yes.
I read. Bing, have you ever sat around all night with your nose in a book?
Yes.
Painful, isn't it?
Tell me, what's this on your watch chain, Bert?
Oh, that's a unique little item. It has a sentimental value. It's my little boy's first tooth.
Oh, really? How sweet. What's the tooth next to it?
My last one.
Oh, my. You with your nose and your books and your teeth.
And my my miniatures and my daguerreotypes. Here's a lovely old picture of my aunt.
Why, this is a picture of a fish.
Of course. It's my Aunt Chovy. Boy, I'm as sharp as a nub.
Fantastic.
I have so many rare things, Bingham. For instance, a copy of Romeo and Juliet that Shakespeare gave me, mind you, gave me personally. Oh, yes. Good old Shaky. He autographed it, too. To Betty from Billy.
Now, I hate to say this, Bert, but Shakespeare's been dead quite some time.
Strange. I've been listening to Carlton-Born every day, and he hasn't mentioned it.
He's a very busy man.
Can you imagine how I felt last night in my library when I noticed that a bookworm had eaten halfway through one of my newest books?
Oh, yeah, but you saved the last half of the book.
No, it was such a good book, I let him finish it.
Excuse me.
Oh,
I heard you two boys talking about books. You want to buy a very old copy of Oliver Twist?
No, I don't care for old Twist.
Oh. Well, then how about a first edition of Mark Twain with his autograph in it? Here, take a look.
That's nice. But where's Mark Twain's autograph? All I can see is an X.
That's his mark.
Where's the Twain?
Down at the depot.
See if you can catch it. Proceed, Bertram. Sorry for the interruption.
As I was going to say, before we were so crudely interrupted by the mongoose, books ain't all I collect.
What else?
I also save valuable china, pewter, old silver, and you might not believe it, Bingham, but I'm the only one in the country with a genuine cracked
Zelarobian pan.
Must hurt you terribly when you shave.
You might laugh at La Bingham, but no one goes to greater lengths to get first than I do. Why, even at home, I'm always the first in line for the Saturday night bath.
You meet some grand people there, too.
Yes, quite, Bing. You know, Bing, all the other collectors are jealous of me. I have the rarest item of them all, something no one else has. I have the arms of Venus de Milo.
Just the arms?
Yes, I'd have the rest of her, but the kid put up a tough fight.
Might interest you, Bertram, to know that among my souvenirs, I have some transfers, some original transfers from the old New York horse cars.
You must also have the horses.
Now, if I had the cars, I could pick up some change on the Owl Run to Lockheed.
Collecting.
Small floor show in it?
Yes. Collecting is my great hobby. My books, my red stamps, my beds that Washington slept in, my music.
You save old songs?
Save them? Oh, no, Bing. I sing them.
That's certainly ample warning for everyone here.
This is my favorite song, Bing.
I love life, and I want to live, and drink of life's fullest, and all it can give. I love life, I want to live.
Oh, Crosby, you're a bum.
That's the widest vibrato since the Hudson Tunnel, I think. Here are the Charioteers to retrieve music from where Lar left it with the favorite of barbershop quartets from coast to coast. Dear Old Girl.
Dear old girl, the robin sings about you. Dear old girl, he tells how much I love you. The blinding tears are falling as I dream of my lost girl. My lonely heart is calling for you. Dear old girl, girl of my dreams, I love you. Honest, I do. You are so sweet. If I could just hold your charms again in my arms, then life would be complete. remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date. Hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man, man must have his mate. That no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. And the world will always welcome lovers as time goes by. On the old Kraft Music Hall for this Thursday evening, friends. Next Thursday, same time, business as usual. When our added starter is going to be the lady herself from Dewberry Was a Lady, Miss Lucille Ball. Meantime, this extension of rationing to meat, butter, cheeses, fats, edible oils, and such things probably means that you're going to be getting more of everything than you've been able to get in the past few months. That's why rationing's been inaugurated. So we'll all get a fair cut. If you feel like grousing because using ration stamps may cause you a little inconvenience, just remember that it's pretty rugged in New Guinea, Guadalcanal, North Africa, and Alaska. And all those other spots where men in blue and green and khaki know what real inconvenience is. And they're putting up with it without squawking. So that we can keep this country the way we like it. Good night.
And now it's time for Club 15, starring Bob Crosby, Margaret Whiting, the Pied Pipers, and Jerry Gray and his orchestra.
There's a bluebird over my shoulder. I'm getting bolder, my gal told me so. Got a big dream, get a little closer. Honey, don't say no, sir, it's gotta be.
Don't hesitate, I reiterate, you're my life, my love, everything.
There's a blue sky smiling up above me. Darling, do you love me? It's gotta be, to be, to be. Ho, ho, ho! Swing, swing! Don't hesitate, I reiterate.
You're my life, my love, everything.
There's a blue sky smiling up above me. Darling, do you love me? It's gotta be, to be, to be. To be.
Pied Pipers. Comes now our one and only Maggie for Margaret, the best and the prettiest gal singer named Whiting that we've got on Club 15.
Oh, Bob, you great big boy, you.
I guess I'd better get away. Sing, Mag.
It's you or no one for me. I'm sure of this each time we kiss. Now and forever, and when forever's done, you'll find that you are still the one. Please don't say no to my plea, 'cause if you do, then I'm all through. There's this about you, my world's an empty world without you. It's you or no one for me. Please don't say no to my plea, 'cause if you do, then I'm all through. There's this about you, my world's an empty world without you. It's you or no one for me.
Hey, Gary, let's go Hawaiian, huh? Send me to the islands just like Uncle Gizmo did. I want to go back to my little grass shack in Kealakaku, Hawaii. I want to be with all the Connies and Wahinis that I knew long ago. I can hear old guitars a-playing on the beach at Honana. I can hear Hawaiians saying, Koa mai no kauaika halaveka.
It won't be long till my ship will be sailing back to Kona.
A grand old place that's always fair to see. I'm just a little Hawaiian and a homesick island boy. I want to go back to my fishing port.
I want to go back to my little grass shack in Kealakaku, Hawaii.
Where the humma nooka nooka apua go swimming by. Where the humma nooka nooka apua go swimming by. When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems, in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the loving I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break I'll make Linda mine.
Few relatives in the house, huh? But right now the Pied Pipers have something on their minds.
Look at there, ain't she pretty? Ooh, look at her, she's a beauty. Look at the hair, look at the curls, look at the teeth, look at the pearls. Ooh, look at there, ain't she pretty? She looks like a beautiful wax doll, and you are bound to fall. I like the dress, I like the hose, I like the hat, I like that pose. Ooh, look at there, ain't she pretty? Gone guy. I like the eyes, I like the stars. Not only that, she smokes cigars. Ooh, look at there. Ooh, what a pair. Oh, look at there, ain't she pretty?
Mighty pretty piping, Pieds. Gee, guys have been bugging out their eyes and saying, ooh, look at that, ain't she pretty, for a long spell of righteous years. They used to stand in front of livery stables and barber shops.
Where do they stand now?
Near a jukebox waiting for some babe to drop a nickel.
Oh, it's a fine romantic age we live in when a guy serenades a gal with her own mad money. Give me the good old days when a boy in a striped blazer took the girl of his dreams for a moonlight ride in a canoe.
Yeah. As they drifted over the moonlit water, he'd pick up his mandolin and he'd sing, if you were the only girl in the world, and I were the only boy.
Robert, when you take a girl out in a canoe, do you always just play the mandolin?
Yep, never took a lesson in my life.
You have a few things to learn.
What?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking if I were the only girl in the world and you were the only boy.
Well, I guess we'd just have to get used to each other.
Oh, Robert, you're not very romantic.
Well, gosh, how romantic can a guy get in a canoe? I can't swim.
Well, you might put your arm around me.
You mean like this?
Mm-hmm. Now the other arm.
You mean like this?
Mm-hmm. Now, Bob, isn't there something you'd like to ask me?
Yeah.
What?
Well, who's going to play the mandolin?
If you were the only boy in the world, and
were the only girl,
nothing else would matter in the world today. We could go on loving in the same old way.
A garden of Eden just made for two, with nothing to mar our joy.
I would say such wonderful things to you,
and there would be such wonderful things to do
if you were the only girl in the world,
and you were the only boy.
Caravan of dreams, get rolling over desert sands and far away. Endless are my schemes, get rolling. Help me find a new and better day.
Bob Crosby's Club 15 has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Know your ally.
This is the story of our comrades in arms, the men and women who fight beside us. This is the story of our fighting ally, China. The title of that is Chi Lai. It's the marching song of the Chinese soldiers. It's a song with spirit and determination. May we have a few more bars, please? Thank you. I don't have to tell you that's the fighting song of a fighting people. You can tell that from the music. What we want to talk about is something terribly important. A bond between two great nations. A bond of friendship. Nothing you can measure in dollars and cents. Nothing you can slap down on paper in a contract or a treaty. But it's there. Just because
because you can't look at it on a bank statement or lock it up in a footlocker doesn't mean it isn't real. The people of the United States want to be friends with the people of China. And the people of China want to be friends with us. That's as undebatable as the Pythagorean theorem or the fact that the Yankees won the World Series. In it lies a great reservoir of hope. Hope for a peace after this war, which must last for many, many decades to come. Okay. Well, in order to be friends with somebody, in order to work better and fight better and live better beside him, we've got to know more about him. What is China, anyhow?
China is history.
China's is an old history. The oldest on the face of the earth. To get the span of that history, let's go back slowly. First, almost 200 years.
1776. Washington crosses the Delaware.
This time, 300 more years.
1492. Columbus discovers America.
This time, 1,000 years further.
476. The fall of Rome.
Okay. If you're not dizzy, let's jump another 1,000 years back into history.
660 B.C. The founding of the Japanese Empire.
Another 800 years.
1440 B.C. Moses and the Ten Commandments.
Another 400 years.
1800 B.C. The building of the pyramids.
And finally we reach it. Still 400 years further removed. 4,000 years back in the march of history.
2200 B.C. The founding of the Chinese Empire.
Yes, China. An old, wise civilization. A nation that was learning and teaching and thinking and creating beautiful things way back when most people still wallowed in the mud. And yet today, strong, virile, young. Centuries ago, they invented printed paper, the first compass, and learned and taught a gentle philosophy. And then from Tibet to the sea, they built a 2,000-mile wall so that they might live in peace, safe from their barbarian neighbors. And never, in all their centuries, did the Chinese go out beyond that wall to take land from another people. Every man alive knows what has happened in China in the last 10 years. Since the day in 1927, when the Jap Baron Tanaka announced,
"In order to conquer the world, we must first conquer China!"
Yes, you know what's happened in China since then. You know about the invasion of Manchuria in 1931, the shelling of Shanghai in 1932, and how the Japanese opened fire on the Chinese army at the Marco Polo Bridge in 1937. The fight that China has fought since Japan brought their new order of blood and death will live as long as men live. Yes, China is history. One of the brightest pages in all the chronicles of time. And what else is China?
China is people.
Yes, China is people. 450 million liberty-loving people. What's your name, Smith? Well, Smith, we'd like to have you meet your neighbor, Wong, your next-door neighbor, just across the fence here in Asia. There are more Wongs and Smiths, but he's so much like you. He's fighting for many of the same things you're fighting for. The right to live decently, the right to raise kids and till the soil, to worship his God. Simple, ordinary, tremendous things. Let's pretend we're in China for a second. Look! Look at that kid running down the streets of Chongqing. Suddenly suddenly he sees a woman's hat going away. Being a polite boy, he gets it and hands it to her.
Here you are.
As he hands her the hat, he looks from her shoes to her slacks, to the bright plaid shirtwaist open at the neck, to the face. Yes, it's Madame Chiang Kai-shek. Can you imagine what it would be like to see Martha Washington's hat rolling down the main street of your town? You hand it to her, and then see George standing at her side. Well, that's the way that Chinese boy feels. Instinctively, he draws himself up straight, straighter than his 9 years. With the pride of a veteran soldier, he faces the man and woman who are the living China, and snaps a salute. The woman smiles. The man's wide, frank eyes peer into the boy's face as he returns. These are no despotic rulers. These are people. These are good people. What else is China? China is land. An immense land. More than 300,000 square miles of it. Larger than the United States. Rolling plains, great mountains, wide rivers, rich fertile valleys, farms and forests, and riches in the good earth. It's this land China is defending. Today she fights along a battle line 2,500 miles long. Move that to North America, and you'd have a line stretching from Montreal to Mexico City. China is cities. Shanghai, Chongqing, Hankou, Canton, Changsha, Nanking. China's greatest cities have been slashed by bombs. China's New York, its Pittsburgh, its Boston, its Washington have been lost. Its Philadelphia, its San Francisco have been looted and burned. Picture that happening in the United States. All our coastal cities cut off. Fighting on a line as deep inland as the Mississippi. A tortuous road at first to bring supplies from Alaska maybe, and then that cut off too. What did the Chinese do? They moved west, carrying their country on their bare backs, in their clenched fists. Your great-grandchildren will still talk about that. How the Chinese trek to the west began, how they destroyed roads, scorched their earth, burned their homes, so that they would leave nothing to the invader. How they blew up the factories that were too big to move. Oh, but they did move. More than 1,000 factories, weighing more than 150,000 tons. 30 million people carrying dynamos on their backs for 1,500 miles. Kids hiding pieces of machinery under their shirts. Old men carrying wheels on their heads. Remember, this was an embattled China. A people with no fleet, no air force, carrying their war industries on their backs so that they could live to fight another day. Japan was strong. Oh, but not strong enough to beat people like that. What else is China? China is our ally. Our fighting ally. As long as Chinese armies fight along that 2,500-mile front, Jap armies must fight in 2 major battle areas. Remember that. It's money in the bank. It's an insurance policy. It's 2 against 1. Those Chinese armies are keeping 30 to 40 Jap army divisions busy. That's something like 1 million Jap troops tied down in China. You from Cleveland, Ohio. You from Emporia, Kansas. You who are fighting the Japs in the front lines of New Guinea and the Solomons. You're stronger because the Japanese are already occupied in China. Multiply that by 1 million, and you have a bare estimate of the aid China is giving us. This is our common battle. We fight together, side by side, united. China is one more thing. China is hope for tomorrow. Listen to Madame Chiang Kai-shek.
We in China, like you, want a better world. Not for ourselves alone, but for all mankind. And we must have it.
We will have it. We and our brothers and sisters in China.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, today's message is important because it comes straight from headquarters, straight from every American battleship, cruiser, destroyer, and patrol boat sailing the two oceans. It's a message from the gunners on these mighty men of war, a message and a plea. It may sound strange to you at first, but the American Navy needs silk stockings. Yes, as many old silk stockings as it can possibly get. Why? Well, I'll tell you. As you know, you can't shoot a big gun unless you have a charge of gunpowder to speed the shell on its way. And the Navy has found that the best gunpowder bags can be made of silk. Since new raw silk has not been available because Japan is its biggest producer, the Navy's had to fall back on so-called reclaimed silk. That's why the Navy needs silk stockings, millions and millions of them. It doesn't matter how old they are, what condition they're in, or whether they're white, brown, or black, just so long as they're silk. And there's no doubt that your mother, your sister, or your Aunt Carrie, or someone in your family has a few pairs of old discarded silk stockings lying around the house. Why let them rot when they can be put to such good use? What better way can you possibly slap the Jets than to shoot their own silk back at them in the form of gunpowder bags? Japan is using our scrap metal, so let's use their silk. If every one of you listening to this program makes a solemn pledge to collect 2 pairs of silk stockings, the Navy could turn them into millions of gunpowder bags that would send countless Jap ships to the bottom of the Pacific. And when those big 16-inch cannon begin to thunder in the all-out sea battle that's bound to come soon, you can take pride in the fact your efforts fed many a death-dealing shell on its way. Silk can sink the Japs, so let's all get behind the strive for our Navy and for ourselves. Yes, be sure and do your part. Remember, any kind of old silk stockings, it doesn't matter what color or in what condition, just so they're silk. Do your part for our country. Collect all of the silk stockings you can, and be sure and pledge 2 pair for your part. Listen in at the end of today's program, and I'll tell you exactly how to go about collecting silk stockings for Navy gunpowder bags.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Once again, the Vulture, mastermind of crime, has slipped through the fingers of the law. This time taking with him Editor Perry White's eccentric scientist friend, Dr. Leander Cameron, and the good doctor's latest invention, an ingenious helicopter flying machine. Safe in a mountain retreat far from the city of Metropolis, the Vulture plans to sell the helicopter to German or Japanese agents. But Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, has sworn not only to rescue Dr. Cameron, but to recover the helicopter as well. Yesterday, as you remember, we left Kent in the district attorney's office, where he had brought the Vulture's partner in crime, the thin, hollow-cheeked woman known as Mrs. Gaunt. Protesting her innocence, Mrs. Gaunt refused to confess that she knew the Vulture's whereabouts. Endless questioning brought no response. Finally, Clark Kent, in a surprise move, suggested that Mrs. Gaunt be released. As we continue today, the district attorney is staring at Kent in amazement. Listen.
Kent, are you out of your mind? This woman has a police record a mile long.
That's not true. I was afraid.
Quiet, please. And in addition to that, Kent, you were the one who only a few minutes ago told me that she was the Vulture's accomplice. It doesn't make sense.
Well, perhaps not, Mr. Blades. But I've changed my mind.
I believe she may be innocent. I would suggest she be released.
All right. That's the way you want it.
Yes, Mr. Blades.
Send Riley in here, Miss Elliott.
Yes, sir.
We'll release her, Kent. If you ask me, we're doing the wrong thing. She's a criminal at heart.
You have no right to say anything like that.
Don't tell me what rights I have, Mrs. Gaunt.
You work for me, Chief?
Yes, Riley. Take this woman to the outer office, fill out a release blank.
Right.
Call me when you've got it done, and I'll sign it. Don't let her out of your sight until I've signed the release.
Right.
I may change my mind. All right, Mrs. Gaunt.
Thank you, Mr. Kent.
You should thank him. Should get down on your knees. All right, Riley, take her away before she frightens me out of 10 years' growth.
What? You wait. One of these days I'll make you pay for that. I'll make you sorry.
Now, for the love of Mike, Kent, what's this all about? I caught your wink, but...
Here it is in a nutshell, Mr. Blades. You'll never get her to talk, not in a million years. She's cold as ice. To begin with, she realizes you can't be too tough with a woman. And anyway, she doesn't dare squeal on the Vulture because she knows what happens to people who do.
That's all very well and good, but why are we releasing her? She's a confirmed criminal. She belongs behind bars.
All right, now there's a method in my madness, Mr. Blades. We have no idea whether Vulture has taken Dr. Cameron and his helicopter. But she knows. She must know, because in his note, the one the Vulture left for her, he said to come as soon as possible.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I want Mrs. Gaunt to lead me to the Vulture's hideout.
You mean you're going to trail her once she's released?
Exactly. I'm positive she'll make a beeline for the hideout, wherever it is.
That sounds good, Kent, but what if she gives you the slip?
Don't you worry about that, Mr. Blades. People rarely give me the slip. I have a way of getting around in a hurry.
What do you mean?
Well, it's a little hard to explain, but I move pretty fast when I have to.
What do? Sprout wings?
No, not exactly, but look, you can trust me, I'm sure. You have my promise that she won't get out of my sight. And once I've located the Vulture's hideout, I'll let you know immediately.
Well, whole thing's a little unusual, Kent, but I'm inclined to go along with you.
Good.
I'll release her. But if you lose her...
Oh, I won't. Now, can I call my office? I'll need a little help to start this off.
What do you want at your office?
I'd like to talk to Jimmy Olsen in the editorial department.
My girl can put the call through.
Oh, all right, thanks.
Yes, Mr. Blades?
Call Mr. Olsen, the editorial department of the Daily Planet, Miss Elliott. Put it right through on my wire.
Yes, Mr. Blades.
Oh, Jimmy'd puff up like a powder pigeon if he knew the district attorney called him Mr. Olsen.
Who is he?
He used to be a copy boy, but we're breaking him in as a cub reporter. He's a swell kid.
Oh, there's your call.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Hello, this is James Olsen speaking.
Hello? Oh, Jim. Oh, this is Clark Kent.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kent.
Hi.
What happened in the Vulture's apartment? Did you find...
Oh, no, wait a minute, Jimmy. Hold on a minute. I haven't time to discuss that now. How's Mr. White?
Oh, he's fine now. He went home a few minutes ago, but I hung around because I thought maybe...
Good thing you did, Jim. I need you.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
What for?
Now, listen closely. I want you to meet me at the information booth in the Metropolis Railroad Station. Get there as soon as you can and wait for me. Now, I may be a little late, but don't you worry. You just stay there until I arrive. Now, is that clear?
Yes, but what's this all about, Mr.
Well,
Kent?
I haven't time to tell you now, Jim, but just be sure you understand everything now. Meet me at the information booth in the Metropolis Railroad Station as soon as possible. I may be a little late, but you wait there for me if it takes all night. Hello, Jim. Sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Gosh, Mr. Kent, I thought you'd never get here.
I was delayed en route. Your friend, Mrs. Gaunt, led me a merry chase.
Who?
Mrs. Gaunt. You know, that thin witch woman who worked with the Vulture?
Oh, her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you mean she led you a merry chase?
I've been following her. Oh, wait a minute. Here she comes now. She just checked her bag, and she's walking over to buy a ticket.
Holy smoke. Where's she going?
And that's what you have to find out, Jim. I'm afraid she might recognize me. You're small, and even though she has seen you at the Vulture's department, you can slip by. Now, look, here's $20.
Uh-huh.
Get into line behind her. Listen carefully when she asks for a ticket and buy one for the same place.
Just one, Mr. Kent?
Well, sure. I don't need more than one ticket.
Yeah, I know, but... Well, how about me?
How about you? Oh, now, look, Jim, I can't possibly... Oh, all right. Here are 2 more 5s. Get 2 tickets.
Gosh, thanks, Mr. Kent.
Now, wait a minute, Jim. She may buy Pullman accommodation. If she does, you buy the same, see? If you haven't got enough money, just signal to me.
Uh-huh.
All right, now go ahead. She just stepped into line. There are only 2 people ahead of her.
Okay.
Yeah, 492 out of 10. Thank you. Yep.
One way to Boston, please.
One way to Boston. 455 out of 5. Thank you.
Can I get Pullman accommodations to Duncan Ridge? There's a train leaving in 20 minutes, isn't there?
That's right, lady. What sort of accommodation do you want?
A drawing room, if possible.
Drawing room on train 609 at Duncan Ridge. Yes, I think I can help you. One way or round trip?
One way, please.
One way to Duncan Ridge, drawing room C, in car 55. That's $14.10, lady. Out of 15. Thank you. Yes, Sonny?
I'd like 2 drawing rooms to Duncan Ridge, please.
I'm sorry, but the lady in front of you took the last drawing room.
Well, can I get something else?
Yeah, I can give you an upper and a lower.
There's only one thing. It must be in car 55.
Car 55? What's it got to be in car 55?
Well, you see, it's this way.
Yeah?
A 55's my lucky number, that's why.
Well, you couldn't manage with car 57, could you?
Oh, no, that's my unlucky number. Honest it is.
Well, all right. I'll give you an upper and a lower on train 609 to Duncan Ridge, car 55. One-way around trip ticket.
I guess one way.
I hope you're guessing right, son. It might not be lucky. That's $21.30.
$21.30?
That's right.
Well, here's 25.
And here are your tickets and your change. Oh, and good luck.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Kent, I got him.
Oh, what took you so long? I thought you were buying the railroad.
I had a lot of trouble. She bought the last drawing room in car 55, and I wanted to get us into the same car, so I had to tell him all kinds of things. Here are the tickets.
Duncan Ridge, eh? It's about 250 miles from here. Well, we won't get there till tomorrow morning. Did you find out when the train leaves?
Yeah, in 20 minutes.
Oh, well, let's grab a sandwich and a glass of milk.
That's a good idea. I'm starved.
Okay, this way.
Departure, the Tri-State Limited, Strike 14.
Well, it looks like Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen are on the right trail. But how long can they stay on it? In just a moment, we'll return for the surprising climax to this episode. But right now, here is another important message.
The American Navy needs old silk stockings for gunpowder bags. Yes, and we'd like each one of you to pledge that you'll collect 2 pairs of old silk stockings, turn them into your local Red Cross or Salvage headquarters. If you can't do that, wrap them up and mail them to Superman Mutual Network, New York City, and we'll see that they're delivered to the Navy. As you know, silk comes from Japan, and we can think of no better way to get back at this treacherous enemy than to use Japanese silk to shoot American shells into Japanese ships. Tell them how much the Navy needs every bit of silk it can get. Once you finish your collection, turn the stockings over to your local Red Cross or Salvage Depot, or mail them to Superman Mutual Network, New York City. Superman Mutual Network, New York City. Do your part. Silk can sing Japan, so let's go America.
And now, back to Superman. Train 609 is thundering through the night on its way to Duncan Ridge. Like some great black snake crawling on silver rails, it has left the city behind it and is climbing up into the mountains, its mournful whistle echoing into the night. And in sleeping car 55, hushed and dimly lit, Kent and Jimmy, having seen Mrs. Gaunt enter her drawing room, are about to retire.
How do I get into that upper berth, Mr. Kent?
What?
I can't fly.
You won't have to fly, Jim. Now, ordinarily, the porter provides a ladder, but come on, I'll lift you up, huh?
All right.
You all set?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Up you go. There.
Oh, boy. It's swell up here. I feel like I'm floating on air.
You do, eh? Well, just stop floating and pull those curtains closed and go to sleep.
Okay.
I'm going up to the washroom, Jim.
Okay. Good night, Mr. Kent.
Good night.
Walking quietly up the narrow aisle of the car, between 2 rows of green curtained berths, Clark Kent cannot help but pass drawing room C, the one, as you remember, occupied by Mrs. Gaunt. And as he does so, the X-ray eyes of Superman unconsciously pierce the metal door. Suddenly, he stops short and the color drains from his cheeks.
Great Scott. There's no one in that drawing room. It's empty.
No one in the drawing room. Is that possible? Can Clark Kent have made a mistake? Is his Superman vision playing tricks on him? No, I'm afraid not. The drawing room is probably empty. But where is Mrs. Gaunt? There's excitement and mystery in each episode of this thrilling Superman adventure, so don't miss a single one of them. Be with us again Monday, same time, same station, And listen every day, Monday through Friday, to The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Follow The Adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
This is Mutual.
The city of New York, under the title of Our Stake in the War, the Democratic Way of Life. Each week at this time, your city station brings to the microphone a distinguished American who will discuss the reasons for our fight for freedom. Today's guest is Dr. Everett R. Clinchy, President of the National Council of Christians and Jews, who will discuss freedom of religion. Dr. Clinchy will be introduced by Professor Richard B. Morris, Director of Civilian Defense at City College. And ladies and gentlemen, here is Professor Morris.
There is no person better qualified to speak for the Civilian Defense Council on the subject of freedom of religion than our distinguished guest speaker this evening. Dr. Everett R. Clinchy is President of the National Conference of Christians and Jews and has spent many years in furthering the cooperation and mutual respect of the different religious groups in our democracy. Freedom of religion is an inalienable right of every American, and it is an indispensable feature of the democratic way of life. It is a privilege to introduce Dr. Clinchy.
Now that there is danger of losing freedom, men are willing to die for it. Because soldiers are marching for freedom, because ships are sailing to war for freedom, because planes are flying for freedom, we Americans are doing more thinking and reading and talking about the liberty of man's mind and the freedom of man's soul than any generation since George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. I am commenting this evening on only one angle of religious freedom. Religious freedom for what? Religious people must be free to think about the post-war world. In the long run, everything about the post-war world will be determined by religion. Man thinks and acts in according with what he worships. Because man's adoration turned to selfish power, society began to disintegrate. Because nations longed for dead ends, decadence set in. Inasmuch as this happened on such a wide scale and to some extent in every nation, the greatest moral conflict in history is going on today. The conviction is general that the political and economic evidences of the worldwide moral conflict can be traced finally to a religious crisis. When one man said the crisis of this century in which we are living is religious, moral, political, and economic, and in that particular order, his analysis ran something like this. The crisis is religious because when civilization is built upon technologies and machines and ignores the dignity of man and rejects responsibility to God, then Nazism is the logical result. The crisis is moral because man came to think he could do anything he wanted and get away with it. When society cannot endure without moral sanctions, then we discover that society falls to pieces. The crisis is political because when society fails religiously and morally, it falls to pieces politically also. A nation without God and morality must end in some kind of a tyranny. And in the fourth place, this crisis through which we are going is economic. History has not behaved as Karl Marx told it to, and when Hitler solved his economic problem by enslavement and by war, at that moment he created a more profound religious problem. It is the abuse of the mechanical and the material which produces the ill. Now today, because we are all in trouble, a sober, reflective, inquiring mood has come over the world. Kindliness, loyalty, sincerity, integrity, community-mindedness, all of the attractive virtues are in the ascendant. This is particularly so where there has been suffering. There is widespread concern about the mysteries of life. People are asking, why this war? What is life for? Boys in the Army and Navy ask, What comes after death? These are religious questions. What then can free religion accomplish in the post-war world? For one thing, religious societies must furnish everlasting values, eternally true moral standards, and enduring objectives for the individual. All the contemporary excitement about democracy and about rights will be meaningless unless a life worth living is achieved spiritually by each individual. In addition to a maturity of faith in God, Eduard Beneš, head of the Czechoslovakian government in exile, listed 4 requisites for an individual's life worth living in the post-war world. 1. Faith in truth and science. 2. Respect for universal moral principles. 3. Honesty and reliability of one's pledged word. 4. Belief in human dignity. Unless individual citizens achieve through religion such integration of mind and character and soul, no free nation can exist. A second responsibility of free religious societies is to be understood. People are turning their attention upward to religion, and the post-war era will be a great demand for the steadiness and the stability which only religion can supply. But organized religion must speak a language that can be understood. Its leaders must live lives which exemplify religious principles in fact. Its conduct of worship must be geared with real life. Its prayers, its joyous feasts, its fast days must be related to what people face and do daily. A third opportunity for the free religious organizations is to get people now to think, to inquire, to read, and to discuss the post-war world. All across the United States, people of all ages, in all circles, should talk now about the economics, the politics, the education, and the religion that they hope for in the time to come. His Lordship, Mayor Tom Dolan, Labour Party Mayor of Glasgow, Scotland, described what he would do if he were running a church or a synagogue. He said, "I'd get 100 men, and each would be made responsible for a group of about 20 people, a discussion group. And they would be called together to discuss the kind of a city, the kind of a world, economically and politically, they want to live in when the shooting stops. Mind you," he said, "I should go where people live and circulate. The revolutionaries always start their cells where people naturally gather. Why should the church or synagogue fail in that? At the first meeting," he continued, "at the first meeting of each discussion group, I would go with the leader and I should serve tea and pie at the outset. I'd buy the best pie in Glasgow," he said. "I should tell each group that we intended with their help to produce on the bank of the Clyde River a society which conforms with the Sermon on the Mount, and then I would encourage that group to go to work. My confidence is that by the end of a quarter year, the majority of each discussion group would be working for the Judeo-Christian principles." Point 4 is that religion must provide leadership for social improvement. No politician can improve housing, for example, unless the churches, Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish, cry out convincingly, "God's creatures must live in decent houses." No organized world ever will be brought about unless the religious idea of the family of all God's creatures is prophetically insisted upon by religious societies, and they must say together, Protestant, Catholic, and Jew, all nations must live together as a family. It is the business of religious people to furnish the values, the vision, the principles, and the motivation for the good life in the world we want to live in. What they think, what these religious people feel, what they do with regard to post-war economic, political arrangements may largely determine whether the world will be more just, more humane, more peaceful after the war is over. To this end, there should be summoned in every American village, town, and city conferences, round tables, discussion groups of Anglo-Catholics, Evangelical Protestants, Greek Orthodox, Jews, Mormons, Roman Catholics, Quakers, and Unitarians. The objective? To apply moral standards to the solution of post-war problems. For this, religion must be free. Now, one other aspect of religious freedom is that there can be no freedom for any religious denomination unless there is freedom for all. Take, for instance, the three main religious societies in the United States: Protestants, Catholics, and Jews. They are all members of one body, America, even as the hands, feet, eyes, and ears are interrelated parts of a human body. If any one group suffers disability or persecution, in the long run the other groups will suffer with it. This fact leads me to urge education in interfaith relations for the sake of religious freedom for all. Such education should be planned with three methods in mind: intellectual impressions, emotional effects, and personal example. This is a job that can be done against hate, the enemy of religious freedom. First, the intellectual approach. We must distribute the facts about the various religious divisions that make up this interesting society of ours. We must sympathetically describe the Catholics, the Jews, and the Protestants, their way of life, their homes, their aspirations, always in a favorable light. We must accustom people to think of members of a group other than their own by examples of the best each group produces, not the worst. We must begin to treat individuals in every other group as individuals. We must not label them with generalizations. This is the intellectual approach. The emotional approach is equally important. We shall attain national unity only if we condition ourselves to good neighborliness with regard to the various cultures making up our country. It is within our power to develop any condition that we want to with regard to the emotional attitudes of people. There is the Thornton Wilder's play, wherein our town, a beautiful illustration of the importance of emotional conditioning is given to us. You remember that in our town, the heroine of the play, Emily, falls in love with a high school boyfriend. She marries the boy and then dies in childbirth, and she delivers a goodbye speech which I shall always remember. And what does she say goodbye to? She says goodbye to Grover's Corners, the town in which she lives, to Mama and Papa. She says goodbye to clocks ticking, the butternut tree in the yard, Mama's sunflowers, food and coffee, new iron dresses, hot baths, the joy of sleeping and waking up. And the interesting thing about this speech is that everything to which Emily said goodbye in that critical moment was a person, a place, a thing with which she had warm, pleasant, joyous, emotional associations. And so I am saying that my plea is that we, as Americans, will use information and emotion to set an example in this country that ours can be one nation indivisible for the sake of religious freedom and for the fruits which religious liberty can bring to the post-war world.
Thank you, Dr. Clinchy. Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard Dr. Everett R. Clinchy, President of the National Council of Christians and Jews, who spoke on freedom of religion. Dr. Clinchy was introduced tonight by Professor Richard B. Morris, Director of Civilian Defense of the College of the City of New York. This is the Municipal Broadcasting System. It's 14 and a half minutes after 8 o'clock Eastern Wartime.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading west of Clayton. Hail, Silver! Away!
Sam Slater lounged out idly outside the general store in Clayton. His sharp eyes kept a close watch through the windows as he noticed a grave-faced Indian and a young boy make several purchases. When they came out into the street, Slater stepped forward as though by accident.
Gee, Tom, we almost bought out the store.
We need plenty supply for a long trip.
I'll bet we've got enough here.
Don't you look where you're going, Redskin.
Oh, me sorry. Me not see you.
Just a minute. I want an apology from you, Injun.
Oh, me sorry.
Well, that ain't enough.
Say, why are you trying to pick a fight?
Shut up.
All right. Here. I'll hold the bundles, Tonto.
We had a varmint like you over in my country, west of here, we'd string 'em up. There ain't a dirty redskin within 50 miles of the roost.
Me not want to fight. You make me.
I think I'll smash that ugly face of yours.
Me not waste time.
Oh, that's it, Tonto. Give him another one.
Tonto not like fight. We go now.
Slater, what the tarnation? Did that engine hit you?
Yeah, knocked me down. I figured on riling him, but not that much.
What happened? He seemed peaceable enough when he and the kid were trading in the store.
Redskins are all alike. They're tricky. Oh, well, it'll be my turn next time.
You mean you're not even mad about getting knocked down?
No use being mad.
Well, I'll be... Didn't think I'd ever see the day when a cantankerous buzzard like you would hold his temper.
Maybe I planted something more than a punch inside that Injun's head.
I give up. I can't figure it out.
Don't try.
Ever since you and the rest of that gang have been holed up over in the roost...
Shut up!
Why?
Listen, Hank. You own a store here in Clayton. We buy our grub from you and we pay for it. Now, that's all you need to know.
I didn't say anything
Don't ever mention the roost. Whenever we want that known, I'll tell it, savvy?
Sure, Sam. I understand.
Well, then don't forget. And keep your yap shut about what you saw just now. Well, I'm drifting west now. See you later.
Scout, oh, brother, oh, brother.
Looks at those saddlebags. You two must have bought something at every store in Clayton.
We bring plenty of supplies.
Couldn't carry much more.
Good. We need all of it if we get a clue to the trail of Leif Nelson.
Now, me think me fine clue.
What's that?
In town, man pick fight.
Yeah, and Tonto really smashed him. Knocked the big hombre flat on his back.
What's this, Tonto?
Oh, we come out from store. Man start to talk big. We try to leave, him keep on talking. Tonto hit him.
And you should have seen that punch.
Well, what did you say about a clue, Tonto?
Well, man look like crook. When him mad, him talking. Maybe him tell what him not want to tell.
What did he say, Tonto?
Well, him say his country, the roost, west of here.
So the roost is even further west. Well, at least we know that much. Yes, Tonto, I think you did find a clue.
What makes you think this roost place is where a lot of crooks are holed up?
Well, nothing definite, Dan. Just scraps of information that government men have picked up. You see, everything points to a mysterious outlaw hideout they call the Roost.
Are we going to head for there?
The first thing in the morning.
Many miles west of Clayton, in a wild and wooded country through which there were no charted trails, a solitary horseman urged his mount forward.
Get along, you lazy cayuse!
The trail wound along a rocky slope that was dotted with scrub pine and tangled undergrowth. Suddenly it veered downward, clinging to the face of a sandstone cliff. It was here that a sharp command from an unseen voice caused the rider to rein up sharply.
Pull up! They're coming from both sides. Whoa, boy.
You want to stay healthy, turn around so I can see your face.
Hey, you fool. It's Sam Slater. Can't you recognize me?
My mistake, Sam. You can go ahead.
Yeah, get up there.
In a cleverly concealed cabin at the base of the sandstone cliff, several hard-faced men listened to their leader, Leif Nelson.
None of you got anything to worry about. You're safer here than any place west of the Mississippi. All you need to do is lay low.
What I want to know is why. This roost is a good hideout, but none of us can make any money hiding out.
Where would you Jaspers rather be? Here or behind bars in a federal prison?
Well, that ain't the idea. Now, how can we
I'm
make
getting to that. You'll stop blabbing for a minute. It ain't ordinary lawmen who are looking for us. It's United States Marshals. That makes it tougher. Before we move out of the roost here, we got to cover every leak.
Well, I still don't see
The law wants us plenty bad. I don't have to tell you that. Them handbills that are posted all around these parts speak for themselves.
We savvy that, Leif.
And the rewards they offer are mighty tempting. Now, if we ain't careful, the government's liable to catch up with us for them mail robbery and counterfeiting jobs we pulled.
Maybe so, Leif. But the lawmen don't know where we're hiding. They've looked high and low without finding a trace of this hideout.
That's the beauty of laying over in this cabin. It's harder to locate than a needle in a haystack.
Then why
But
don't
there's
you...
one hombre even a needle in a haystack can't lick. Sooner or later, he'll turn up here and turn us all in.
Who's that?
A Lone Ranger.
Blast that masked coyote. If he shows up here, Somebody coming.
Get your hardware ready, boys.
Howdy, boys.
Sam Slater.
You almost got yourself drilled, Sam.
Yeah. Glad to see you boys are still handy with your hardware. But unless I miss my guess, you're going to have need of some fancy gunplay before long.
What do you mean?
The Lone Ranger will soon be heading here.
Are you sure?
Sure enough, Leif. I watched the engine and the kids stock up supplies in the general store. Then I bumped into them as they walked out for an excuse to drop a hint about the hideout.
You dumb galoot. You mean to say you let on to them two while we're holding up?
I was Leif's orders.
Button up, all of you. You shoot off your mouths before you know what it's all about.
Your explanation better be good, Leif. It's our necks you're risking.
A while ago, you mavericks were beefing about being holed up here. You wanted to spread out and circulate for some easy cash.
That's right.
Well, you could do that except for one man. The Lone Ranger. It's as simple as 2 and 2. Get rid of the masked man, you'll get what you want. That's why I gave Sam orders to let on accidentally like where we're hiding out. Sam's the only one of us who don't figure in a handbill. The Lone Ranger will bite without suspecting a thing.
You mean you schemed to lead the Lone Ranger out here?
Yeah. Not many people in these parts ever heard of him.
What's that got to do with it?
Plenty. We're in good standing with the folks around here. None of them know who we really are.
You're right there.
Now, if the Lone Ranger was to pull a crooked job on one of us, we'd have the folks here on our side.
Your idea's full of holes, Leif. The masked hombre never pulled a crooked job in his life.
I'll take care of that. Sam.
Yeah?
Get yourself slicked up. Tonight you're taking $1,000 in cash and calling on the Dinsmores.
Dinsmore?
The old man who lives with his daughter in the back of the general store. You're there to talk business with him, savvy? You want to buy out his store.
Oh, I'm listening.
Yeah, I can see that. You're doing plenty of looking, too. This $1,000 in cash. Well, don't let it tempt you, Sam. I ain't forgetting you're the only one of us without a price on your head. Maybe you lay awake nights thinking about the rewards for me and the boys.
Oh, no, that ain't true, Leif.
Sure, Sam. Just so we understand each other.
That night, Sam Slater visited Jonathan Dinsmore and his daughter Ellen in their store.
And that's my proposition, Dinsmore. What do you say?
I don't know, Mr. Slater. There was a time when I did want to sell the store, but lately things have changed for the better.
Now, don't be too hasty in saying no. I'm prepared to offer a good price for things I want. And I've been hankering to own a store just like yours for some time.
But Dad doesn't want to sell, Mr. Slater. We're both very happy here.
Shucks, Miss Helen. Happiness is a state of the mind. You can have it plenty of places besides here. But you can't always get your hands on $1,000 in cash.
Is that what you'd pay if Dad offered to sell out?
Well, sure thing. You got it right here. Here you are, Dinsmore. $1,000. What do you say?
Get your hands up.
He's masked.
The masked killer, that's who he is.
Quick, Mr. Slater, grab your cash.
No, you don't.
Oh, wait. Don't take my money.
Shut up.
Dad, he hit him.
Make a wrong move and you'll get the same.
Don't antagonize him, Dinsmore. He means it. He's a killer. Shoots fast and sudden. I know him. He comes from Oklahoma.
Oh, you know me, huh? Well, that calls for a change in plans. Start walking, Slater.
Huh?
You heard me make tracks.
Oh, no.
You got what you come for, you masked coyote. Now get.
You asked for it. Oh, get going, Slater.
I'm going.
Dad. Oh, Daddy, all right?
I'm all right, Ellen. Dirty gun-slinging rat. Where's my shooting iron? I'll show him.
No, let him go. You're no match for a professional killer.
Help me up, Ellen. Hey, someday there ain't a man living who can walk in my store and push me around.
No, Dad, please, for my sake. Please. Dad!
Get along, Silver!
Dad, that shot. You don't think the outlaw...
I don't know, Ellen, but we'll soon find out. Slater! Mr. Slater!
Oh, Daddy, he's dead. I know he is.
I reckon you're right, Helen. The masked man plugged him right through the heart.
Oh.
What's the trouble, Dinsmore? What was the gunplay?
Masked killer robbed this poor fella, then cut him down with his guns.
Mask, eh? I reckon that was the hombre I saw hightailing it out of town. Riding a white horse. Called him Silver.
That's the one, Mr. Nelson. I heard him.
You'd know him if you saw him again, huh?
You doggone tootin' we would. We couldn't see his face for that black mask, but he was wearing a light-colored hat and he carried 2 guns.
We better get the sheriff to make up some handbills for him, Dinsmore. Reward for the capture of the masked killer, dead or alive.
Three horsemen rode slowly through a wild and wooded country west of Clayton. Then, as they came to a small clearing, the leader signaled a halt.
Oh, Silver.
Scout, feller.
We'll camp here, Tonto.
It's a good place to make fire.
Golly, can we eat now? I'm starved.
Long ride make Dan plenty hungry.
Got the meal underway, Tonto. I'm going into town, but I'll soon be back.
You're not going to track down the outlaws alone.
No, Dan. But I think I can learn something about the location of the gang's hideout. The Roost. Come on, Silver.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. Having left Tonto and Dan in camp, the Lone Ranger rode into town, little suspecting that he was heading straight into a trap. He reined up in front of the store owned by Jonathan Dinsmore and his daughter Ellen.
Oh, boy. Oh, easy. Now, wait here, big fella. I'll be right back. Good evening. Are you the proprietor?
Pass your hands.
Oh, I'm not an outlaw.
We know who you are. You masked polecat. Haste them hands, I said.
Perhaps this will convince you that I speak the truth.
Dad, he's holding out his guns for me to take.
Of course he is. He's covered by the shooting iron and he knows it. Go on, take him, Ellen.
All right, Dad.
I don't know what you come back here for, you masked killer, but you walked right into a trap.
I don't understand what you...
Mello. Masked killer.
Leif Nelson.
So you caught him red-handed, huh, Dinsmore? Took away his guns and everything. Yeah, this is better than if I'd planned it myself.
I'll go for the sheriff.
The sheriff's out of town, Miss Ellen. We can't afford to wait till he gets back.
What do you mean?
This hombre's a killer. We saw him murder Sam Slater ourselves. You saw him rob Sam of $1,000? Well, I'm for seeing justice done here and now.
You're not going to kill him.
He's guilty, ain't he? Give me them silver-mounted 6 guns, Miss Ellen. I'll send him to Boot Hill with 2 of his own slugs.
But as Leif Nelson walked past the open window to take the Lone Ranger's gun from the girl, an Indian suddenly dived at him from the porch.
Me get you! I'll take those guns.
Hey, Senator, if you harm my daughter,
I'm not going to hurt your daughter, Dinsmore. Put down that rifle.
Well, I guess you got no choice. You got to drop on me.
Now, you get up. Bless you, Redskin. Knocked all the wind out of me.
Now we'll talk, Nelson.
Many men come this way.
It's the boys.
The last man. He's got Leif. Riddle him, boys.
Quick, Tonto. Through the window.
Stop them. They're getting away.
Get him. Let him have it.
Get up. Get up.
There's the camp, Tonto. It's safe to rein up. They've lost us in the dark. Hold on,
What happened? You look like you walked into a hornet's nest.
That right, Dan.
Steady, big fella. How did you know about it, Tonto?
Me not know. Short time after you leave camp, me see Leif Nelson ride by on trail near here. Me follow him to store.
Oh.
Him leader of outlaws.
Yes, but the Dinsmores don't know who those men really are.
Gosh, if the Dinsmores don't know they're outlaws, maybe nobody in these parts knows.
Yes, Tonto, what was the name of the man from whom you learned about the roost?
Him named Sam Slater.
Oh. Sam Slater, huh?
What's the matter?
Slater's dead, murdered, and I'm supposed to have killed him.
What you mean?
The man who killed Slater wore a mask. He was made up to resemble me. That's why Dinsmore thought I was the killer.
Golly, then somebody must want the Lone Ranger blamed for murder.
Yes, Dan. And if the Dinsmores are typical, the people in town will believe it.
People not know about Lone Ranger here.
Well, what do we do?
There's only one thing to do, and that's to expose the real killer.
Led by Leif Nelson, the outlaws gave up their search for the Lone Ranger and Tonto and turned their weary horses toward town.
We'll get that masked coyote yet, boys. Cards are stacked in our favor. Even the whole town will be hunting the Lone Ranger. Killing Sam Slater. What's the matter? You lose your tongues? You, Baldy, what's rankling you? Any other time you got plenty to say. And Smokey, what's happened to your voice?
Didn't you go a little farther than you planned, Leif?
What do you mean?
Sam's lying 6 feet under. What the boys and me want to know is how come.
Well, I can explain that.
Better make it good, Leif. While you're about it, tell us what happened to the 1,000 in cash.
Yeah. You ain't forgetting that cash came from all of us, are you, Leif?
Of course I ain't. That's why I didn't want to tell you.
What do you mean?
Sam double-crossed us. He stole that cash. The money bag he took with him to the store was filled with stones.
Why, the ornery rat.
When I faced him with it, he told me to forget the cash or he'd drop a word to the marshal about the hideout. Well, that's when I drilled him.
Yeah. You sure that's what happened, Leif?
Do I look like a man who'd cross his pards?
You'd double-cross your own brother if it benefits you, Leif. I reckon you're telling the truth. Sam couldn't have betrayed us easy if he'd been a mind to.
Ain't that practically what I told him to his face in the cabin when all you boys were standing around? You know, there wasn't no reward hanging over him.
Reckon you did right in putting the skunk out of the way.
And there's Dinsmore's store up ahead.
Who's that talking to him in the doorway?
Leif, it's the engine. Lone Ranger sidekick.
Come on, boys. Whip up them horses.
Come on, get up there, boys.
Talk to you. Tell you truth.
Dad, he's the engine who helped the masked man to get away.
Thunderation, you're right, Helen. Where's my gun?
Oh, you wait. You make big mistake.
You're the one who made the mistake, Redskin, in coming here. Doggone it, where'd I put that rifle?
You wait. Me tell truth about Masked Man.
Maybe we should listen, Dad. He might have something important to say.
He's up to some Indian trick, that's what he is.
2 feller wear mask. Feller who come here first time, kill Slater. Feller who come second time, not outlaw.
Get the Redskin, boys. Don't let him escape.
It's Mr. Nelson.
We go inside store.
There he is. Masked killer's power. Drill him down, boys.
No!
What the? Somebody outside the window, Leif. Shut out the light.
The instant. Don't let him get away in the dark.
You not get me.
Dad, look out.
Get that Redskin.
Someone came in the window.
I'm with you, Tonto.
Now we get him.
In the darkness, fists flew with frantic fury. The confusion of bodies prevented the outlaws using their guns. The men hardly knew whom they were fighting. In the darkness, it was almost impossible to tell friend from foe. The Lone Ranger battled into the door, and Tonto, with eyes trained to see far better than the average in darkness, fought at the far end of the room.
Keep at him, boys.
Keep that girl out of the way. Where's that Redskin?
I'll get another lamp of gold.
Dad, be careful.
Tonto saw the flash when Dinsmore struck a match. He knew that the Lone Ranger's hurriedly prepared plan could not risk a light at this point, and swung a hard blow at his nearest adversary. Then he leaped across the room and struck aside the flaming match.
What in thunder?
Wait. You not be afraid. Everything be all right.
What's that you said?
In the brief flash of the match, the Indian had seen Leif Nelson. It was Nelson whom he wanted. He dived at him straight through the struggling leg.
He's got me. The Redskin's got me. Now, find it, Tonto.
Him got mask and money in pocket.
Good. You know what to do.
Now you go now.
Come on, Tonto. Head for the horses.
It's the masked man. He's getting away. Don't let him. After him. Come on. There he goes. Get your horses and after him.
Not get away now. Me try him up tight. You light lamp.
Bless if I know what you're up to, Redskin, but
that plenty light. Now, you see.
It's the masked man. The Indian's tied his hands and feet.
Me put mask on face, too.
I don't savvy, Redskin. I thought you was his friend.
Him first masked man me tell you about. Him man who killed Slater.
We know that, but...
Second masked man, not same man. Him not outlaw.
Daddy's right. This is the man who robbed Mr. Slater, then took him outside and shot him. But the masked man who surrendered his guns to me was taller and dressed a little differently.
That's right. Now me take off mask. Show your face a crook.
Thunderation.
It's Mr. Nelson.
Well, that's impossible. Nelson can't be the crook. He's a respected man in these parts.
You look what him carry in pocket.
Jump with your horse of it. It's the money Mr. Slater offered for the store.
Then Mr. Nelson must be the killer.
And him plenty bad outlaw. You look at this bill.
Great. There can't be no doubt about him now. Look here, Ellen. He's what about the government?
A reward.
You double-dealing polecat. Thought you could get away with murder, huh?
I don't say. Who's that coming?
It's the other men. The men who chased the wrong masked man.
Gave us a slip again, Leif. Started. What's that?
What's what?
That money in Dinsmore's hand.
Where? I don't know.
That money bag looks kind of familiar.
Yeah. Where'd you get it, Dinsmore?
From the Indian. He took it from Nelson's pocket.
It's a lie.
That's all we want to know, huh, boys?
The Indian framed me. Holy Smoky, you gotta believe me.
We'll take charge of him, Dinsmore.
Yeah, but he's an outlaw. This hand...
I said we take charge. You'll get your share of the reward.
No, don't let him take me, Dinsmore. Don't let him. They'll kill me. They'll kill me.
Shut up, you skunk.
Don't let...
Have a hold of him, boys.
Oh, you wait. You not take him anywhere. You leave him here for law.
Try standing our way again, huh, Redskin? Why,
Help the engine, Dinsmore. All these hombres are outlaws. They want to take me out and murder me.
What?
Outlaws?
It's the
Dad.
truth.
Okay, Day, I'll get my gun.
No, you don't. It's too bad you learned all this, Dinsmore. Now that you know so much, we don't have no choice.
What do you mean?
We're making sure our little secret don't leave this room. That means you, the girl, and the engine.
No, oh no.
You not worry. Him make big bluff.
Bluff, huh? We'll show you whether we mean business or not. Job beat on him, boys.
Daddy means it.
Close in, boys.
The marshal.
He's got us surrounded.
The window, Smoky.
No, you don't.
Doggone you, I'll riddle you.
Take that.
Take the other one, Tonto.
Me get him. Out of my way, Red. Get here.
Well, Dinsmore, looks like we caught the pack of them.
I reckon we did it that, Marshal.
Why, you two conceited old fools. It was the masked man who really captured him, and the engine.
I guess you got us, Miss Ellen. Yep, the two did your job all right. Masked man came to my office and dropped a mess of handbills in my lap. Then he had me follow him here.
Where did he go? Who is he?
He's the Lone Ranger.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts. Each week at this time, the H.J. Heinz Company, makers of the famous 57 varieties, gives you Information Please. A quartet of experts is on hand to answer your questions. Send them to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York City. We may edit them a bit, and in case of similarity, you'll have to accept our judgment of who shall be paid. If we use your question, the H.J. Heinz Company will send you $10 in war stamps, plus a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If we muff the question, you get $57 in war bonds and stamps, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. All questions remain our property. Information Please is presented under the supervision of Dan Golenpaul. And now, our master of ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, spontaneous and unrehearsed as ever, Information Please offers tonight its three regulars, John Kieran of the New York Sun, Oscar Levant, and Franklin P. Adams. And as its guest, the gallant soldier and Pulitzer Prize winner, Colonel Carlos P. Romulo, author of the bestseller, I Saw the Fall of the Philippines. And before we start, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to correct an error of last week for which I am entirely to blame. A question came from Aaron Baxt of New York, and Mr. Baxt asked us to identify the term Lewisite, L-E-W-I-S-I-T-E. Mr. Sinclair Lewis, who was one of our guests, and for whom Lewisite, by the way, was not named, one of its claims to fame, said that it was an explosive. Mr. Lewis was so confident that I accepted what he said as gospel truth. Several thousand people told us, however, that it was not an explosive, but a poison gas that might be used in chemical warfare. That was one part of a three-part question, and inasmuch as another part was also answered incorrectly, Mr. Bax is entitled to a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 57 in war bonds and stamps. Oh, I think that settles that. Is that right, Mr. Adams?
That's right. He deserves it.
Okay. And now our first question. It comes from Winifred Lorenzen of Chicago. Who sent and who received these messages. These are famous messages. Tell us who sent them and who received them. There are going to be 3 of them. Let's get 2 out of 3. The first is, I came through and I shall return. Colonel Romulo.
General MacArthur.
Yes. When did he say that?
In Australia, when he arrived from Bataan.
Yes, and he was referring to?
To his having gone through the blockade, Japanese blockade, and his having gone through and arriving in Australia and returning to the Philippines.
Yes. I gather, Colonel, that you think that one part of that statement is just as true as the other.
Both are correct.
Yes, quite right. And how about this one? Thou sleepest. Awake and see thyself. Speak, strike, redress. Thou sleepest. Awake. A message sent to whom and received by whom?
John L. Lewis.
I think not, Mr. Levant. Mr. Kieran, you've got that reflective look.
Is that from Shakespeare?
It is indeed.
It's a note, I believe, that was thrown into Brutus's porch.
That's right. Good stuff, Mr. Kieran. That's not by any means one of the easier things to remember from Shakespeare. Who sent the message to Brutus?
Well, lean and hungry Cassius was suspected.
100%, John. How about this one? Orders you gave me on August 15th, 1942 have been fulfilled. I now await your further instructions. Message sent by whom, to whom? This is fairly recent. Mr. Levant.
Admiral Halsey? No, it's before Halsey.
No.
That was the original Guadalcanal.
No.
I was so confident.
It's the other side of the world, Mr. Levant.
General Eisenhower.
No, but not general direction. It was a letter to Winston Churchill from General Sir Harold Alexander.
That's right.
Marking his triumph over the Axis in Egypt, Cyrenaica, and that part of the world. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. Off the record, who sent and who received this message? A very simple one, a very memorable one. Simply, remember freedom. Colonel Romulo, I'm going to ask you to answer that. Remember freedom?
I said that.
You said, yes. It did come back to you, did it not? And who was the message from? And whom was it addressed to, Colonel?
That was a message sent by the members of the staff of General MacArthur through me.
Yeah.
To say to the people of America here, remember freedom.
We shan't forget it. And now the second question. This comes from Dwight C. Lyman of New London, Connecticut. How do these fictional characters, gentlemen, earn their living? The first is John Oakhurst. John Oakhurst. Mr. Adams.
He was a gambler.
He was a gambler, yes. Where do you find him, Mr. Adams?
In the Luck of Roaring Camp and other Bret Hart stories.
I guess he's in the Outcast of Poker
He's
Flat.
in that.
Bret Hart.
That's right.
Bret Hart
in
story.
Outcast of Poker Flat.
Quite right, Mr. Adams. Now, how about this?
He dies.
He dies. Right. That finishes that up. How about the Duke and the Dolphin made their livings by doing, Mr. Kieran, what?
They were not common swindlers, they were uncommon swindlers. They're the 2 raffish characters on a raft in Mark Twain's...
Raftish.
That's right. Huckleberry Finn.
Huckleberry Finn, yes. What do they do
they
make a
just
living?
Swindle the yokels.
Yes. Sold patent medicine, that's
medicine biz.
Yes,
they did everything.
Biz. How about Jerry Cruncher? How do you make a living? Mr. Kieran?
Well, ostensibly, he had 2 businesses. He was a porter for a bank, but he was really a grave robber on the sly. There was more money in that.
Yes, that's right. He
used to turn over cadavers to medical students.
Yes. What was the term that they used for that sort of business?
Well, he said that he used to go fishing, and he began to fish at midnight with a spade.
Yes, that's right. But he had another term for
Body
himself.
snatching.
No, the Resurrection Man.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Resurrection Man. You'll find all this, Mr. Kieran, in what book?
The Tale of Two Cities by C. Dickens.
Good enough. That gives us 3 out of 3. How about this one? Get the idea of this, Colonel? You see, this is very simple. How about this from Mary R. Campbell of Bronxville, New York? I'm going to name 3 ships. Each of them did a certain job. Tell me what each did. Get 2 out of 3. The SS Legazpi, Legaspi, the SS Legazpi.
The SS Legazpi.
Colonel Romulo.
Ran through the Japanese blockade and brought rice to the soldiers in Bataan.
Yes. How many times did it do that, Colonel?
Twice.
And what happened to it?
The third time she was sunk.
She was sunk. We haven't heard from her. That was quite right. What does the name Legazpi come from, Colonel?
from one of the Spanish conquistadores who went to the Philippines after Magellan.
Good enough, yes. That was in the latter part of the 16th century, then,
Yes.
must have been. How about this ship? The Gripsholm did what? I have several hands. Mr. Levant.
That was the Swedish ship which exchanged envoys between Japan and America.
Yes, and what did it bring back as a...
Brought back Ambassador Grove from Tokyo.
Well, it brought back a number of Americans who were caught in Japan.
And correspondence.
Correspondence, quite right, Mr. Levant. How about the USS Merritt? M-E-R-R-I-T-T, Colonel Romulo again.
The USS Merritt was the transport that was sent by General MacArthur from Manila to bring relief to the Japanese after that disastrous Yokohama earthquake.
Yes. And what happened?
And then when the forces of General MacArthur bombed Subic Bay, that was when the Japanese were trying to land troops there.
Yeah.
We found out that they had used the life preservers of the USS Merritt in those boats, in those transports that they had in Subic Bay.
Yeah, I think we were suckers, Colonel Romulo, after the
Well.
earthquake. Begins to look that way, doesn't it? Well, that gives us 3 ships out of 3. How about this one from Francis D. Fisher of Piedmont, California? This is about guests of literature, all of whom were uninvited. I'll tell you a little about them. Tell me who they are. The first uninvited guest ate the lady of the house, devoured the lady of the house. Mr. Kieran.
The wolf who had such big teeth with which he ate up grandmother.
Yes. That's right. A good way of getting along without a ration card. And what uninvited guest broke the furniture? Broke the furniture. This again comes from legend and fairy tales. Mr. Adams, can you reach back into your childhood?
Oh. Blew the house down. He huffed and he puffed.
You got the wrong fairy tale.
Well, if you blow a house down, you live in it.
There was a house blown down in the story of the 3 little pigs. I don't know that any furniture was broken. Remember when Goldilocks visited the house of the 3 bears? She sat down in the littlest chair and broke it. That's one wrong. Now, what uninvited guest made the big catch of the evening? Made the big catch of the evening. Mr. Adams.
Cinderella.
Cinderella, yes. Whom did she get?
The prince.
Yes, we never have... We've never heard what happened after that. That gives us 2 out of 3. So far, no stumps. How about this from Bryce Hayes of Chicago? Gentlemen, this is a musical question. You're going to hear 3 compositions played, parts of them. Each of them should suggest a war to you, a certain war. Tell me who fought in this war and who won the war. Let's have the first. Well, it'd be a tough thing if we missed on this one, Mr. Adams.
That is supposed to be the American Revolution.
Yes, it was the American Revolution, wasn't
And was won by the American colonies.
Good enough, yes. Now, the second is a little harder, but not very much harder. That recalls, Mr. Levant, what war?
Keep the Home Fires Burning, an English song by Ivan Novello. Refers to the First World War.
Yes, and...
we won it temporarily.
We won it temporarily, if you want to call it a victory. That's quite right. Was that Ivor Novello, did you say, that wrote that song?
I may be wrong. He wrote one of 2. Either that or Tipperary.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember. How about this one? This is the third and last war. Go ahead. Mr. Kieran?
That was the sad song of the Spanish-American War. Just break the news to Mother.
That's right. And the winner, Mr. Kieran?
Well, the winner was the United States of America.
Quite right. Now, how about this one? Well, I guess that's all we have time for the moment. Here's our 57 Varieties reporter, Ben Grauer, with some good down-to-earth advice for victory gardeners.
Since we're all raising gardens for food and not strictly for fun this year, we'd do well to heed the advice of the experts. They tell us to raise vegetables that will give us the most food value for the space they require. Highly nourishing things such as tomatoes, carrots, kale, turnips, or spinach, for instance. They urge us to plan our gardens so that by means of successive sowings and plantings, we'll have fresh vegetables from early spring until winter. And above all, we'll have grown enough surplus so we'll have plenty of vegetables for canning and storing. H.J. Heinz, like every other American food manufacturer, is busy with the tremendous job of feeding our armies and allies. So we Americans will have to do without a lot of the labor-saving, fully prepared foods we're used to. So let's all make a big effort to raise as much of our food as we can in our victory gardens. Let's make the hoe and spade and trowel pinch hit for the can opener.
Thank you, Mr. Grauer. And now we'll go on with a question from Ralph Boswell of New York. According to the derivation of these words, what would be the nationality of a person if we said of him that he runs amok? What nationality? Colonel Romulo.
He must be a Moro.
A Moro. And what is a Moro?
A Mohammedan Filipino.
Yes. Is that what language does that come from, the word amok?
Malay.
Malay. And what does it mean exactly?
To run wild.
To run wild. In your experience, Colonel Romulo, did you ever see any Moros
Unfortunately,
run amok?
No.
You have not. Mr. Kieran?
I think we got it through the English. I don't think we imported it ourselves.
That's right. I think it did come.
It was a book by Stefan Zweig in which I thought it was a Dutch East Indian colony.
Well, I guess the term is used throughout...
AMOK.
AMOK or AMUCK. It's used throughout that section of the world, Mr. Levant.
It almost is spelled like LaGuardia's spelling of coffee.
How about this? Now, if a person went berserk, what nationality would he be? You have to know the derivation of the word
He'd be a
berserk.
Brooklyn Dodger.
Mr. Levant? That's not a nationality. It's a state of mind. Mr. Kieran?
I don't really know. Frankly, you know, you can...
I don't know. It sounds a little Dutch.
Well, not too far removed from it.
I was
Mr.
going to
Kieran?
say Scandinavian.
That would be right. I wish you'd said it just a second before.
Well, I wasn't confident.
Scandinavian, yes. The berserkers were, in antique Scandinavian times, a class of wild warriors who became frenzied in battle. They ran amok too, but they called them berserk. Colonel Romulo, I hate to ask this question, but I'm interested in knowing how the Japs act when they're in battle. Are they very calm and collected?
No, they are fanatics, of course, and they act as if they were in a sort of a trance.
They do?
Yes, when they fight.
Very different from the way in which we're accustomed to fighting.
They really fight like automatons.
Yeah. That may be the secret of their final defeat, don't you think, Colonel Romulo?
That is going to be the reason for their final defeat.
You bet. And now, if we said of a person that he went haywire, what nationality? Mr. Levant?
Brooklyn.
No, that ain't haywire.
or more generally, American.
American, yeah.
Mr. Adams, what does the term come from, to go haywire? How do we get that term?
Wire getting in the hay.
I don't remember.
Well,
that's right.
It is something like that.
I'll give a guess, not wire going in the hay, but wire coming off the hay. If you've ever cut the wire off a bundle of hay, you've got to watch yourself.
That's right. It's very stiff. And when it comes off, it's apt to get all snarled up and tangled.
Comes off like a whip.
Yeah, have to be very careful of it. That gives us 3 out of 3. How about this one from Martha B. Williams? Gentlemen, it would be a very good thing for Mr. Morgenthau if you could manage to get a couple of these answers wrong tonight. Martha B. Williams of Columbus, Ohio. Give 3 song titles that mention children's toys. Or to get 4 or 5. I'll ask for only 3, Mr. Adams.
The little toy dog is covered with dust.
That's a very pretty and affecting one, Mr. Kieran.
I didn't.
I beg pardon, Mr. Levant.
Drums in my heart.
Drums in my heart, sure. It's the drums that is the toy, of course.
In the old days, it was.
That gives us 2. Can you think of another, Mr. Adams?
Well, there's one, that Playmate song about something about my dolly. I forget what it is.
I forget it entirely.
Yes, there is. My dolly has the flu.
Is that the title of the song?
No, that isn't the title, but that's in the song.
You
got to be the title?
Got to give me the title.
Title of a song?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Animal crackers in my soup.
That isn't a song, is
Shirley Temple sang it, and I wish you and I had what she made out of it.
Really? All right. There are a number of others you could think of. After the Ball, Mr. Adams, that would be a child's toy. Or Mr. Levant, Parade of the Wooden Soldiers, might be another one.
Well,
there are 3 or 4 or 5. How about this for Mrs. J.M. Johnson of Lakewood, Ohio?
Goodbye, Dolly Gray.
A little late, but very good, Mr. Adams. What places are often referred to in the news by these phrases? The first is the soft belly of the Axis. Mr. Levant.
That's the southern part of Italy, the Adriatic Sea, Yugoslavia, Greece, Crete, so forth.
Yes, presumably one of those places is going to be the direction of the big push.
You want me to make a prophecy?
Yes, why not?
Greece.
Greece? All right, he picks Greece. How about this? What place is often referred to in the news as an unsinkable aircraft carrier? An unsinkable aircraft carrier. Mr. Kieran?
Well, an island is an unsinkable aircraft
But which
carrier.
one particularly would you say?
Well, Honolulu on a large, but Midway, and some of the Alaskan bases.
Well, you might put up a case, but I think there's one particular island, Mr.
Oh,
Levant.
well, you mean Malta?
Malta was the one I was thinking of, yes. And as a matter of fact, before the war is over, I shouldn't be surprised if England itself would be a big unsinkable aircraft carrier. How about this? A dagger pointed at the heart of Japan refers to what? Have 1, 2, Mr. Kieran?
That would be Vladivostok.
Vladivostok,
the peninsula
yes,
there.
that's right.
Why do they call that Vladivostok?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
You don't know me, Kieran.
How about that, Colonel?
I think so.
It's all I can do to know the initial letter of it.
Same pronunciation as Shostakovich. Vladivostok.
Vladivostokovich?
No.
Vladivostok is right. And why, Mr. Kieran, do they use the phrase?
Well, because it goes right down there toward Japan.
Yeah, it doesn't really stick out very much, but
no, but it just points right at it.
Yes, and there's
the nearest base. My mouth waters. Let's not talk about it anymore.
It's a good idea. I know just what you're thinking of. How about this from Hugh D. Beach of New York City? I want you to recite for us a line of poetry or prose that includes these words: the word naughty, then the word horrid, then the word evil. Let's begin with the nicest of the words, naughty. How about a line of poetry that has the word naughty in it? Mr. Adams.
It's naughty, but it's nice.
Yes.
That's a good one, yes. What's that from, Mr. Adams? I never knew.
I think that's a song.
Mr. Levant, do you know it?
That's in the Victor Herbert era. I don't remember who wrote it. Is that K-N-O-T-T-Y?
No.
You're thinking of Naughty Marietta.
You're thinking of a naughty hole, like in knot hole. How about Mr. Kieran? Did you have
about naughty?
No, about horrid.
Oh, yes.
Horrid.
There was a little girl who had a little curl right in the middle of a forehead.
That's the one, yes. And how about the word evil? Well, I should be able to get a number of Mr. Adams.
The evil that men do lives after them.
Yes, a very good one. And love of money is the root of all evil. Mr. Adams. That gives us 3 out of 3. How about this? Or shall we hold up on that for a moment? Here's our Heinz reporter, Ben Grau, with another report from the makers of the 57 varieties.
For years, we at Heinz have been telling you folks how we prepare your foods with genuine old-fashioned care. How particular we are about keeping our modern kitchen spotless. How we insist on using the finest scientific methods. Well, there's another very practical side to us, too. You see, we feel that all that care and skill isn't enough. We want to be sure that the 57 varieties always have the kind of flavor that makes a hit with everybody. So each week we select a different committee of men and women of all ages from every department of H.J. Heinz Company. They sit around a long table and sample old products as well as new ones, judging them for taste, aroma, appearance, color, and texture. These people form the 50. That's a pretty good way we've found to see that our foods please the biggest flavor jury of all. You who have passed your very favorable judgment on Heinz 57 varieties at your own dinner tables these many years.
Thank you, Mr. Grauer. A question from Dickie Blodgett of St. James, Long Island. What was the rank of each of these American naval heroes at the time that they gained their greatest success? The first is George Dewey. What was his rank when he gained his greatest success? Colonel Romulo.
Rear Admiral?
No. Mr. Kieran?
I think it's a rank that is not now used in the Navy. Commodore.
Commodore is right, yes. Is that rank now abolished in the Navy?
Well, I don't hear it anymore.
I don't hear it
either. It throws the balance out. You can't keep track of the naval and army ranks anymore.
It's abolished.
I guess it is.
The hotel took it over.
Well, that gives us one wrong. Colonel Romulo came in a little too quickly on that one. How about this? John Duncan Bulkley. When he gained his greatest success, what was his rank, Mr. Levant?
Lieutenant something, Lieutenant. Come on, John.
Lieutenant. He was a lieutenant.
Captain. Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, yeah.
Lieutenant.
You meant lieutenant all along, didn't you?
I didn't believe I could be right.
Yes. Lieutenant Bulkley, at that time, is now a lieutenant commander. Did you ever meet Lieutenant Bulkley,
Yes,
Colonel
yes,
Romulo?
I met him.
Under favorable
Several times,
circumstances?
Yes, and we were together in Australia.
Oh, yes.
Before he left.
Well, we think very highly of him in this country.
Very highly. We think of him too there.
Good. Very good. How about this? From Daniel J. This is Daniel J. Callahan. What was his rank? Now, Mr. Levant.
Rear Admiral.
Rear Admiral is
Yes.
absolutely right. And who...
On the San Francisco.
On the San Francisco,
He
yes.
was a great hero.
A great hero,
He
yes.
was-
Who was the captain of the flagship under Rear Admiral Callahan at that
That
time?
young man, you mean?
Captain Cassin Young.
Oh.
Captain Cassin Young was the captain. That gives us 2 out of 3.
He was the commander of the ship.
Yes, that's right. Mrs. Florence C. Schwartz of New York sends this one in. I'm going to give you the names of 3 people. What do they like to do in their spare time? The first is C. Auguste Dupin.
What?
I knew that would get you. Mr. Kieran understands my Chinese. Mr. Kieran.
Yes, he was a friend of, or the creation of Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah. What did he like to do?
Why,
in his free
he
time?
liked to unravel mysteries.
Yeah.
He was a detective
Yes.
on his own.
That's right. In what famous stories would you find him
The
appearing?
Purloined Letter, for one, and the other was Murders in the Rue Morgue.
Yes, there's a third.
Je ne sais pas, monsieur.
Well, The Mystery of Marie Roget.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Those are the 3.
Oh, well,
great
wait a
Dupin
minute. Was
stories.
he in that?
I believe he was.
Read it through, John.
I did read it through.
We have no
Oh.
time. Rip Van Winkle, in his spare time, liked to do what? Rip Van Winkle, Mr. Adams.
He was a bowler.
Well, he watched some bowling,
In
but
his spare time, slept.
well, he had a hobby, Mr. Kieran.
Why, he went hunting. He went fowling, as a matter of fact,
Yes.
with his dog and
With
his
his dog,
fowling
Snyder.
piece.
Yes, that's right. Hunting and also drinking.
He was going
in a small way.
that.
Yeah.
In a big way.
Penelope liked to do what in her spare time? Mr. Adams, try
I
you
think
again.
she was a spinner.
Yes. What did she like to do after when evening drew on and everybody went to bed?
She became expendable.
I don't know. This is on the air.
Mr.
She unspun it again.
Yeah, she unraveled the piece of weaving that she used to weave during the day. That gives us about 2 1/4 out of 3. Sends us on to one from Mrs. Edward Payson Drew of Newton, Massachusetts. Name the man who became president of each of these nations. Now, the first nation was one that changed from the territory of a republic into a self-governing commonwealth. Who was the president of Mr. Adams?
That would be Texas.
Territory of a republic into a self-governing commonwealth. Now, Texas never became a self-governing commonwealth.
Is that Czechoslovakia?
Colonel Romulo.
Manuel L. Quezon.
Yes, Manuel Quezon. And we're referring to what nation?
Philippines.
The Philippine Islands, yes. Texas never became a self-governing commonwealth unless you've been rewriting history in your spare
I
time.
call a state a commonwealth. It's Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Yes, you want to say that again? You know you're not right, Adams. Just putting up a last-ditch fight, that's all. One wrong on that. Now, what man became president of a nation that changed from an absolutist empire directly into a republic without any intervening steps, Mr.
Germany.
Levant? Pardon?
Germany. Ebert became president. They were an empire before. Pardon?
Well,
Oh,
no,
you're
that
not
wouldn't be
myself.
exactly right because
Why wouldn't it?
theoretically, Kaiser Wilhelm was the head of a constitutional monarchy.
Well, then you mean France.
Really? No.
No.
Well,
Paderewski?
Pardon?
Poland, was it?
Paderewski? No.
No.
No. Do the question again.
All right. You better do the answer again. One that changed from an absolutist empire directly into a republic. I think there's only one possible answer. Mr. Kieran.
Russia.
No. There were several intervening steps there.
I didn't notice them.
Well, they went very quickly from 1917 to 23. No, the answer is Sun Yat-sen, who became president of China in 1911. Colonel Romulo, would that not be right?
That's correct.
It was an
Absolutely.
absolute
Yes.
monarchy before
Yes.
that.
I
Absolute
think
monarchy.
Germany's correct, my answer.
Sun Yat-sen.
Possibly, if it is,
Well, they don't care about it anymore. Why should I?
Buy a cup of coffee if you're right, Mr. Levant. How about this one? The man who became president of a nation that changed from being 5 provinces of a dual monarchy into a republic.
That's Checo.
That's Checo, and who was the man?
Benish.
No.
Masaryk.
Masaryk, yes. Masaryk.
Yeah.
Czechoslovakia used to be made up of 5 provinces of Austria and Hungary. I think we lose $57 in war bonds and stamps, and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica, which go to Mrs. Drew, courtesy of the H.J. Heinz Company. And that sends us on to this question from Gloria Carlton of Windsor, Ontario, Canada. This again is a musical question, gentlemen, and it is all about spring, a season much in demand at the moment. Give the correct titles to these songs about spring. Let's have the first. Mr. Levant.
By Christian Sinding, and it starts on B flat with a thumb. What's the name of it?
What is the name of it?
It's something about spring.
It is, and what's the name of it?
Spring's Awakening.
No.
Now, it has something to do with Krauss. You know Krauss? What's Krauss's first name?
Russell of Spring.
Russell of Spring, yes. It's hard helping, Levant. That's quite right. Now the second one. Mr. Levant again.
Spring is here, yada-dee. Spring is here, by Rogers and Hart.
Rogers and Hart. That's 2 right. And the third and last. Mr. Levant again.
Floods of Spring by Rachmaninoff.
Yes.
The late Rachmaninoff.
Pardon me?
The late.
The late Rachmaninoff, we regret to say. Well, that's 3 springs out of 3. That gives you the musical title...
Spring.
Spring. Quite right. The H.J. Heinz Company tonight, therefore, has paid out only $57 in war bonds and stamps, and that means 1 set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Colonel Romulo, we're very glad that you came down, not only to answer the question so well as you did, but to allow us the chance to welcome a defender of liberty.
Thank you.
Now, next week, John Kieran and Franklin P. Adams will battle with 2 charming ladies, Jan Struther of Mrs. Miniver fame, and the celebrated actress and co-author of Our Hearts Were Young and Gay, Cornelia Otis Skinner. Remember to send your questions and the correct answers to information, please, at
Presenting the adventures of Jungle Jim. The adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's best artists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. When Jim and Lil said goodbye at the Army airport, they both thought it would be for a long, long time. But after Lil left and the plane was ready to take off, some motor trouble developed, which delayed Jim's start. He and Kolu leave the plane to watch the Army crew change motors when an officer hands him a note. Recognizing Lil's handwriting, he was sure it was some sort of farewell message. But no, it was one of the most cruel documents Jim had ever looked at. Lil was the victim of a kidnap plot by some of the very spy ring that Jim thought was smashed completely. And by means of the note, they gave him 6 hours to release the 3 spies in return for the release of Lil, or else.
Hello? Yes, this is Colonel Barrett.
My name is Johnson, Colonel. Charlie Johnson. I work for the telephone company.
Yes? What do you want?
Well, I just got a code message flashed over the light circuit on a switchboard in central office, Colonel. And it's somebody who wants help from G2 when they sign themselves Dev.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. This doesn't seem to make much sense to me.
Well, that's all the dope I have. It came in from the native quarter to the northwest. Someone cut in on the line with a message. SOS, tell G2, Dev. D-E-V.
Wait a minute. D-E-V. That could be for this office at that. Jim.
Yes, Colonel?
I think we have a lead. Where are you? At the Central Building?
Yes, sir.
We'll be there in a few minutes. Wait for us. Jim, don't hang too much on this, but a linesman in the phone company just received a flash message over a phone circuit. An SOS addressed to G2, signed DEV.
Why, that could be from Lil. Where did it come from, Colonel? We've got to trace it right away.
I'll just hold everything for a few moments. We're going right over and investigate.
I've taken that line off on a special board, and we'll keep an operator on it 24 hours a day.
Thank you very much, but we've got to trace that message to its source long before that. Time is the essence.
Is there no way to trace it at once?
Well, you see, sir, when a light flashes on a switchboard normally, that means that the receiver on the end of the line has been lifted, and someone wants to talk to the operator. But when this light flashed, the line was dead. No sound was coming through. The phone had never been lifted, understand?
Wait a minute. You say the line was dead, but the flashing still came through. How can that be done?
Well, there's only one way. Somewhere along the line, someone either by accident or design, and in this case the signals were so clean I'd say it was by design, someone stripped the insulation from two of the wires and touched them together, hoping to attract our attention at the central office.
Where does the line terminate?
Well, the subscriber is located in the native quarter about 3 miles north of here.
Well, tell me, does the wire travel in a direct line from here to there?
Well, not quite. The underground carries it out to Palm Boulevard, then it goes up on the poles from there.
Well, how long will it take us to follow it to its termination and find out, if possible, where the insulation was broken and that message sent?
Well, to examine all of that line that's above ground, I'd say a day and a half.
Well, Mr. Johnson, this is a matter of life and death. And I mean just that. Death. Sudden and violent. If we can't trace that call to its source in less than 4 hours...
Well, the most likely place to start would be at the terminal point and work our way back.
Look, could that phone possibly be in a Jap name?
No, it's a native. I even know the guy. He used to work on one of our pole gangs.
Could you accommodate us with linesmen's outfits?
Sure. All three?
No, I think my days of climbing trees and poles are just a memory. You and Kolo are still eligible for that job, but not me, Jim.
Well, we can set up 50 outfits if you want them.
No, just 2 will do. And can you come along with us to the end of this line?
Surest thing you know. Here we are, Mr. Bradley. That house contains the instrument at the end of the line.
Can we check that?
Sure, I'll go in and check it. You two fool around with the stuff in the truck here. It'll only be a minute.
You sure that message came from Missy Little Tuan, Jim?
No, Colo, I'm not. But on the other hand, it wouldn't do anybody else any good, so it must have come from her. If it came from anybody.
Maybe some animal, like squirrel.
Well, if a squirrel did it, they'd have to know the Morse code, because the message was repeated at least a dozen times.
Hello? Well, the phone check's in perfect order. So the message was sent by someone over this line, but not from this house.
Well, from where, then? We've got to find out and find out soon.
Well, just follow our noses, man, that's all.
Tuan, Jim, you must follow my nose. Kolo smell something.
Yeah, I smell garbage, too, but why do we have to follow it?
Kolo smell Japanese cooking. Come from there.
Well, the cable comes from there, too. Go ahead, Kolo.
Hey, what is this, some kind of a guessing game?
Yes. And a life is the prize for the right guess.
This way, Tuan.
Well, we're still following the cable.
What's wrong, Kolo?
Smell die down here. Get very faint.
Well, smell or no smell, that signal came from this cable, so let's follow that.
Well, that's what we came for.
Kolo will pick up smell again.
Hey. There's a funny situation at the house with a wall around it. Jets back so far, there's no room for a pole, and the cables run along under the eaves of the roof.
Well, I don't get the significance of that.
Well, don't you see? Up to now, the only place anyone could get at the cable, except up on the pole, and that's silly, would be in that house.
Kolo find out in minute if Japanese be there.
Is this guy kidding?
No. Kolo has a nose as sensitive as a bloodhound when it comes to distinguishing odors.
Could be. I thought it was a gag.
Tuan Jim, this be house of Japanese people.
Well, it adds up, Kolo. You fellows start getting ladders, and I'll ring the doorbell. Maybe we can get inside, though I doubt it.
Yes?
I'm from the telephone company. We're trying to find a line break.
We not use telephone now.
Well, can I come in to examine the connection?
No, you not come in. We not need telephone. You cannot come in.
What seems to be the trouble, Mioto?
Telephone man, I want to come in.
We're just looking for a broken cable.
Well, why must you disturb our privacy to look for that which belongs to you?
Well, you see, unfortunately, the cables run along under the roof of your house in the back.
Unfortunately or not, we do not wish to be disturbed. Good day.
Hey, Kolo, they're Japs, all right. And you couldn't get in there except with a machine gun.
They get nasty, Mr. Bradley?
Not nasty, but very, very positive.
Tuan, you and Charlie come here. See, up there where wire go to building. Some go inside.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Oh, what a sloppy job. Whoever tapped that cable carried it right on into the building instead of making a splice on the pole.
You mean the line the message came from goes through the top floor of that building?
Oh, no, I ain't saying for sure till I check, but it certainly looks just like that. And what a sloppy job, too.
Never mind. You got some extension ladders?
Sure.
Get them.
Right.
We're going to check those lines, as long as they won't let us in. Now, look, have we got the right to do it from the outside without their permission?
Oh, absolutely. It's a felony to interfere with us or our wires. We'll have the law on them if they butt in.
I'm sure they're greatly afraid of the law.
Well, they'd better be.
Ladder here. Tuan Jim, let Kolo go. Put ladder near window. Give me big heavy tool. It must slip from my hand to break window. Yes?
Yes, Kolo. I don't see any other way.
I thought you wanted me to do the ladder work.
Well, this might prove to be much more dangerous than you'd imagine.
We're always taking chances. Once I had a pole snap on me like a toothpick. Never could figure out what really did happen.
Well, this is a different kind of a chance altogether.
One. This window, all black on inside.
Let it have it.
Oh, who is that?
Missy Lil.
Oh, Kolo. Kolo, I can't see. The light's so sudden, I'm almost blind.
Come here, Missy Lil. Here. You come down ladder with me. You open window.
Oh, I can't. It's just a frame nailed into place. It doesn't slide, and there's wire mesh on this side.
Stand back. Kolo fix.
All right.
Come now, Missy Lil.
Oh. Now I can almost see Kolo. Where's Jim?
He be right at bottom of ladder.
Oh, how did you ever find me, Kolo?
Jim fix with telephone man.
You got my message then?
Come, Missy Lil. You get out window. Talk later.
All right.
Hey, you! Come back here. I'll kill you. Come, Missy Lil. Hurry.
Look out.
Hey, what's up? There's a little guy up there who's trying to push the ladder over, and I'm trying to hold it. Let go of that ladder. Well, you asked for it. There. Hey, I can't hold this ladder any longer.
I'll help you.
Too late. They're coming down.
I'll get that little monkey anyway. You hurt, Kolo?
No. Not one, Jim. Big hedge. Break fall. Little scratch. We saved Missy Lil, too.
Lil, you're safe?
Jim. My Jim. My so dependable Jim. Of course I'm safe.
Yes, and I'm going to deliver you to the U.S. Army post and get a receipt for you. And at least I'll know where you are. How do these guys ever get you?
Rather cleverly, Jim. They switched taxi drivers on me. By the time I found it out, it was too late.
Say, tell me, Lil, did you know what was in that note over your handwriting?
No, Jim, I never saw it. That's why I signed it Lillian, hoping you'd smell something wrong.
Well, they gave me 6 hours to swap the lives of the 3 members of their gang for yours. And if you hadn't sent those signals over the telephone wire, boy would never have found you.
Well, what could you do?
Why, turn them loose. What else?
Oh, Jim. Why, you do that for me?
Well, let's not discuss such a subject anymore, Lil. Huh?
One, Jim. The one who fall from window break neck. I find this one in house. Name Tawa. Only be 2 of them.
Well, they keep turning up like so many bad pennies. We've got to find that taxi driver, too.
This is Honorable Jim Bradley. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, no, you're not, you filthy rat. You're going to be sorry you ever heard of Jim Bradley.
Don't miss the next exciting episode of The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. Remember, no other comic supplement can give you the top names of cartoon land like the all-star favorites to be found in the Comic Weekly. The whole family follows the fun and frolics of Jiggs and Maggie, the Little King, the immortal Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Jungle Jim and Flash Gordon. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher, with Vincent Price as our master of ceremonies, David Brookman and the Treasury Orchestra, and Edward G. Robinson, in a radio adaptation by Malcolm Meacham of a short story by Louis Adamick, which appeared in this week's magazine entitled It Isn't Peanuts.
This is Vincent Price, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the programs brought to you by your Treasury Department. Today I want you to meet a friend of mine, name of Joe Dokes. Maybe you already know him. I hope you do, because he's just about the best thing I know about this country of ours. A plain, average, everyday American who likes America and believes in it and what it stands for. Sometimes he's your grocer, or your butcher, or your baker. Sometimes he's a miner or a mechanic. Or, well, sometimes he's just a cab driver. And that's what our story is about today. A cab driver in Washington, D.C., which is just about the busiest place in the world today. And we've got Edward G. Robinson here from Hollywood to play the part for you. Now, I heard this story about Joe from a friend of mine. Her name's Mrs. Smith, and she's a lawyer. She was down in Washington on business just the other day. Well, you tell us, Mrs. Smith.
Of course, Vincent. It was raining, as it sometimes does in Washington, and I'd been standing for 15 or 20 minutes in front of the Supreme Court building trying to hail a cab. Well, dozens of them passed, but all were busy. And then suddenly, like manna from heaven, just as I was about to make a run for it, this cab came along.
Cab lady?
Oh, yes, thank you, I said as he opened the door for me. Thank you very much. I was beginning to think I'd never find one. Every cab in Washington seems to be busy today.
Yeah, kind of tough proposition finding one these days. Lots of new people in town, and what with the shortage of cabs anyways, it makes it kind of tough.
Well, I settled back in the car and took a good look at Joe. He seemed to be about 50 years old, medium height and weight, a little bent from constant driving, I suppose, and he had a friendly and kind but slightly worried face, and somehow he seemed anxious to talk.
Yeah, take this here old hack now. Before the war, it would have been turned in and junk 6 months ago. But the cab companies is up against it just like everybody else, so I just keep on piloting her around, hoping for the best that he don't fall to pieces on me one of these days. But it's all for a good cause. Where to, lady?
The Mayflower Hotel, please.
Oh, sure thing, lady.
I like Joe. I liked hearing him ramble on, so I just listened. As I was saying, he can...
Yeah, as I was saying, I guess we all got our troubles these days, but after all, as I keep saying to my wife, what the heck, what do we have? I mean, if we...
He stopped talking abruptly and jammed on his brakes as we came to a red light. And then he turned around and looked at me a little sheepishly and said...
Guess I pretty near went through that one. Cops is tough down here these days by jumping red lights. Well, the other day, a guy I know hangs out around the same neighborhood...
And then never got to hear what happened to the guy because two well-dressed women, about 35, I'd say, bore down upon us through the rain, calling...
Cabby, cab, please. Thank heaven we found one. I'm simply drenched.
Joe looked at them apologetically and then back at me.
Well, I'm sorry, ladies. This cab is took.
Oh. And then he looked back at me again, inquiringly, and added...
Well, unless, of course, this lady here don't mind. If you're going in the same direction, maybe she wouldn't mind sharing the fare with you.
Well, of course I didn't mind. I told them I was going to the Mayflower if that was anywhere near their destination.
The Mayflower? Well, that's perfect. I'm just dying for a cup of tea or something anyway, aren't you, Jessie? Tea, that sounds like perfect heaven, my dear.
And with groans of gratitude, as Joe hopped out and opened the door, they scrambled inside and settled themselves back against the cushions.
I think it's just too kind of you to let us share your cab this way. We've been waiting simply hours, and would you believe it, not a cab to be had anywhere. It was dreadful, wasn't it, Jessie? Oh, simply ghastly. We're just drenched, really. This is too wonderful of you.
I protested that it was nothing at all, that I was glad to be able to do it. And the two women settled back to the conversation which they'd evidently started on the corner. It makes me furious, one of them cried.
It makes me furious. Imagine having to wait nearly half an hour for a cab. Now, what's this country coming to, anyway? Well, of course, the whole thing's perfectly absurd. If they'd only let us use our own cars. But what can you do? No tires, no gasoline. Oh, it's really too dreadful, my dear.
And so they went on and on and on, criticizing conditions and people, without ever a mention of the fact that there was a war. I was watching Joe up in front. He was hunched forward, his eyes on the road, but the set of his shoulders was tense, and once or twice he coughed nervously, as though he might interrupt, and then thought better of it. On and on the women went.
I happen to know for a certainty, never mind who told me, but I happen to know that all this talk about rubber shortage is the purest nonsense. And as for gasoline, well, you know perfectly good and well that with all the gas and oil there is in this country, it's just pure and simple inefficiency. Gasoline shortage. Oh, rubber. Oh!
And the woman leaned over and whispered softly in her companion's ear for a moment, while Joe squirmed uneasily on his seat. But I caught one glimpse of his face in the rearview mirror. It was white and tense, and his jaw was set and grim. And the women chattered on and on, sometimes whispering, sometimes obviously not caring whether Joe and I heard or not, tearing into this political person, the government, everything in general. Congressman, one of them cried.
Congressman? My dear, don't you realize that's what's happened to all the cabs? They've been commandeered for the use of government officials.
I can't believe it.
Did you ever see a congressman waiting for a cab?
Well, now that you mention it.
Oh, you just don't know. It makes me so mad I could cry sometimes, the things that are going on. Why, I heard just the other day that a certain cabinet member, never mind who...
Mabel, you don't mean...
I certainly do. I hear they've promised him simply fabulous things. Well, all you have to do is just look at the things he's done.
Joe's face in the rearview mirror grew more set and grim as Jessie exclaimed,
"It sounds unbelievable."
But Mabel rushed heedlessly on.
It is, my dear, it is, but that's not the half of it. I heard just the other day from the most reliable source that a certain $1-a-year man who has a great deal to do with is simply sabotaging the government and robbing the people blind. Nobody's got a chance except his own company.
Well, I did hear that a certain congressman has said quite openly that he's going to get himself reelected if he has to split the whole country wide open doing it.
There. You see? That's just what I mean.
Nothing and no one was safe from their wagging tongues. Finally, as we came around by the White House, Mabel fairly screamed with rage.
And as for that man, I get so mad when I think of him I could die. But do you know that even New Deal is saying about him? And I'm sure it might... Oh!
Suddenly, with a quick, decisive movement, Joe had swung the cab over to the curb and slammed on the brakes. I got a good look at his face, pale and tense with anger, as he jumped out of the car and yanked the door to the back seat abruptly open, muttering to himself,
Well, enough is enough. I've had all I can stand. I can't take any more. Here, you two ladies, get out.
Get out? What on earth are you talking
You
about?
heard me. I said you two ladies, come on out.
What do you mean? We're going...
You're going to get out. I'm not taking you any further. I can't listen to such talk. I'm afraid I'll have an accident.
Well, you can't just put us out like this in all this
Now,
rain.
come on out, please. I don't want to argue with you.
Oh, I've never been so humiliated in all my life. Well, after all, it was this lady here who offered us the use of the cab. Now, I'll leave it up to her.
Well,
You can't just let him put us out this way. Why, it's outrageous. You
I think I'll have to leave it up to the cabman. I'm sorry.
Well, I never in all my
Now,
life...
please, ladies, come out.
Well, I suppose if he insists, but... Really? Where's my bag? Oh, how much do I owe you, driver?
Nothing.
I demand an explanation of this outrageous behavior. Maybe we could call a policeman. After all, this is a public
Well,
conveyance.
go on. Call a cop. See if I care. I don't want to listen to you talk. I can't.
Come on. I suppose we'll have to get out.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess you don't realize what you're doing. I guess what I really want is to teach you a lesson.
A lesson, indeed.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I got a lot of nerve doing that, me being only a cab driver, but I can't take talk like yours.
Talk like? How do you mean?
Well, just talk like yours. I've had a lot of it lately. And from people who look like they ought to know better. I can't take it no more. That's all. It's dumb. It's worse than dumb. Because, you see, this ain't 1936. No, nor not even 1940. This is 1942.
1942?
Yeah, 1942, and we're at war, see? And you and the people like you go around talking like as if our enemies wasn't Hitler and Hirohito, but these here people running our government.
Mabel, I suppose you think that everything is just perfect here in Washington.
No, I don't say everything's like it should be. Maybe it ain't. Maybe not by a long shot. And I know lots of officials. See, I drive them. You talk like they got some sort of corner on cabs. Well, they ain't, see? They wait their turn just like everybody else. And I hear them talking the cab here, yeah. Including some of the guys you mentioned, if I got what you was talking about right. And they sound all right to me. And I know a couple of congressmen personally. Yeah, they ain't nearly as bad as congressmen is cracked up to be. Maybe we're splitting up the country isn't congressmen trying to be reelected. Maybe it's talk like yours.
Well, I never. Maybe he's right. Now, maybe we better... be still, Jeffy. Yes, my good man, go on.
Yeah, well, then we come around here by the White House. Gee, that was the final straw. You see, the man in that White House, he's our president. He's the only president we got. He's in charge. It's a terrible job, what with all the work and the responsibility. Before the trees got leaves on, I used to see light in his room at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Now, nevertheless, this is still a free country, and
I don't say you shouldn't criticize. You should. We all should. We're Americans. Only, ladies, be sure you're not repeating things and saying things that the enemy wants you to say and is spreading around, things to make us distrust each other and the men who are working for us. Gee, because if that thing starts happening, why... Look, did you ever hear that expression they use, divide and conquer? Well, this country is at war, ladies. Yeah. I've got a son. No, never mind. My son's not important to anybody but my wife and me. Yeah, but what we can't afford to forget is that we're fighting, getting ready to fight all over the world. And believe me, it isn't peanuts we're fighting for. That's all. I'm sorry, madam. You said you was going to Mayflower, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, ladies, but that's the way I feel about it. And, I'm sorry.
Come on, Jesse.
Like I said, I'm sorry, madam. I didn't mean to upset you, but I thought maybe they should have had a lesson, people like that.
That's all right, driver. I think you were quite right.
Yeah? Yeah, well, maybe I should have asked him to get back in the cab, huh? But then I guess they wouldn't have come. You think I done right, lady?
I think you did exactly right.
Yeah? Yeah, gee. Yeah, maybe I did. You see, it's like I said, we're at war. And believe me, it ain't peanuts we're fighting for.
Thank you, Edward G. Robinson, for introducing all of America to our friend Joe Dokes. Because Joe is America, the heart and the brain and the brawn of America. Joe is the little guy who believes in America and what America stands for. Freedom, liberty, democracy. Joe is the guy whose kids are fighting in Egypt, in Australia, and flying bombers over Germany. Joe is the guy who stays at home, maybe, and works in the defense plants, tirelessly turning out the planes and tanks and guns and ammunition, which we must have to win this people's war. And Joe is doing something else. He's investing every penny he can afford in United States war savings bonds and stamps because Joe's wise to what's going on, and he knows that we have to have money to win this war. His motto is fight as hard as you can, work as hard as you can, and save as much as you can. Are you with Joe, or are you going to let him carry the burden without you? Invest at least 10% of your total income and every penny more you possibly can in war savings bonds and stamps. They are your investment in the future security of America. Remember, this is your country. Keep it yours.
The United States Treasury Department wishes to thank the distinguished artists who gave their talents to this broadcast. Edward G. Robinson for his splendid performance, Mr. Louis Adamick for his original story, This Week magazine, and this station for the use of its facilities. This is Larry Elliott speaking for the United States.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang. We're wheeling out that four-motor job of yours, Command Performance, and taking off with a full load of answers to those sealed orders you send in to the Special Service Division, Los Angeles, USA. The objective, all fighting fronts of the United Nations. The bomb bays are groaning under the weight of three great orchestras, and the Navigation Department is setting its course to a galaxy of your favorite stars. And here is your chief pilot and commanding officer of Command Performance, the old fess himself, Kay Kaiser.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter. Hello, fellas. How are y'all? Our first stop on Command Performance is the northwest corner of North Africa for Corporal Jack Frankel and a self-styled gang of rough, tough, and sentimental soldiers from Denver, Cincinnati, Chicago, L.A., and New York who call themselves Court Martial, Skull, and Crossbones, 8-Ball, and Scooter. And they write one of the finest letters we've ever pasted into our old Command Performance scrapbook. Beneath their signatures, they place a big drop of North African mud, standard equipment with troops over there. Well, Uncle Sam is putting that mud in his victory garden. And along with all your pals who so kindly asked us to play for you, here's Mud in Your Eye, gang, from the whole band, with Sully, Harry, Julie, Max, Jack, and Diane. Let's dance, children.
Got a touch of Texas in my talk. Got a touch of Texas in my walk. Oh, this place will be my ruin, Kaya-Ippin and Wahooin. Take me back to New York. He's a-headin' for the depot. Goodbye, goodbye. Heading for the depot, and here's the reason why. Got a touch of that Texas in my talk. Hey-yo-hoo. Got too much of that Texas in my talk. Hey-yo-hoo. Now this place would be my ruin. Too much of that yippin' and wahooin'. So take me back to New York. Got a touch of Texas in my hair. Hey-yo-hoo. Got too much of that Texas in my hair. Hey-yo-hoo. Now it says from Amarillo, keeps a scratching on my pillow. So take me back to Times Square, where I've seen every part of just what I'm deep in the heart of. Got a touch of that Texas in my wall. Hey-yo-hoo. Got too much of that Texas in my wall. Hey-yo-hoo. I rode that Bronco down in Dallas, so be careful of my gallows. Just take me back to New York. And that sunshine in
to Laredo's got me like right to Laredo.
Well, take him back to New York.
Take me back.
Lady-o-hoo.
Yes, take me back.
Lady-o-hoo.
Take me back.
Got me in these jumping habits. Oh, take me back. Oh, take me back to old New York.
Thank you, kids. And next, by order of Private Aloha Doherty and the Signal Corps, that radio intelligence outfit at 862, the Red Legs at 937, for songwriter Frankie Cease and everybody at Trinidad, for Harry Kramer and the Birds at 633, for you fellows on the battle wagons and flat tops, the Pill Rollers at 921, and all you men in those Red Shield huts in Australia, it's another command performance for America's #1 novelty band, Spike Jones and his City Slickers. Well, welcome to Command Performance, Spike. But, of course, this is no surprise. I knew it this morning you'd be here.
Well, how'd you know that, Kay?
Listen, when you're driving down Sunset Boulevard and a junk truck blowing a siren whizzes by you, and it's loaded with old plumbing, Swiss bells, and rain pipe, that only means one thing. The City Slickers are moving in.
I'll thank you not to call that trash junk. You know you're talking to Spike Jones, the composer.
Now, what immortal thing have you written for the washboard, Spike?
Well, I'd let you read the music if you could read music. But seriously, Kay, a lot of my friends, like myself, were married to the music of that lovely and quiet song, Liebestrom. And of course, after the wedding, things aren't so quiet. So I figured if they played Liebestrom differently to begin with, well, it wouldn't be such a shock.
Uh-oh. Hand me down my ear cotton. Spike Jones and the City Slickers playing Liebestrom.
Thou art my dream of love in all its splendor, and thine is my heart alone. Ralston on the River and a brawl of suet. You art a song that knows no end, dear, and I love each golden tone. I'll be with you in apple blossom time, where my poor soul will rise in rapture to the sky. Take it out. I would stay if I could, my dear one, I am thine, my sweet dream of
And I would like to have you know we tried our best to please you, so if you've enjoyed the little act, tell all your friends and hurry back.
A purple cow, I hope I never see one. But I can tell you anyhow, I'd rather see than be one. me, I think she ain't mistaken. I'd gladly give her up for one whose heart's more truer.
B.O.
Green so white.
B.O.
Green so white.
You know, I lose more darn arrows that way.
Thank you, Spike Jones and the City Slickers. Say, and while your seconds are rubbing you down, boys, we'll go the next round to thank Milt Hernandez and Ralph Ravenberg at 661 for that swell letter. And roll a couple more sixes for a howdy to Jim Dunnington at 602. The Command Performance listeners at 687. And all the men of that airport group at 635. And especially for Corporal Tony at 958. And the Wildcat Social Club around the world. Say, for you guys who kiss Kiska with those blockbusters, and for Seaman Fred Newman up in Newfoundland, Command Performance proudly presents A Glamour Girl. But this one's a little different. Like a good wine, she's aged a little. Not enough to hurt. Just enough to make her grateful. Yes, sir? That first lady of the Hollywood newsfront, that great actress who is #1 on the hat parade, Hedda Hopper. Let's get her up. Hedda, what is that on your head?
Why, it's just one of my hats. The general motif is of a Christmas tree. How do you like it?
Well, the tree's all right, but the limbs are in bad shape.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you something, tall, blonde, and southern fried. I'll have you know I was a glamour girl once.
This century?
Yes, this century. In fact, I used to be a photographer's model.
You don't say.
Yes, when I was an infant, I used to pose for those talcum powder ads. But I finally gave it up.
Why?
Well, I wanted to get my face in the picture, too. Wasn't I cute in those days? I was barefoot all over. But, Kay, getting back to these modern glamour girls, take this Lana Turner dame. What's she got on me?
Hedda, it isn't what she's got on you. It's what she's got on her that you haven't got on you. But let's get on with our show, Hedda. I know you're patriotic and want to entertain the boys. In fact, you were probably patriotic in the last 2 wars.
Yes, and what was good enough for the fathers is good enough for the sons.
Well, but Hedda, you know, this is 1943. The boys now prefer a little younger type.
Oh, please, Kay. I'll have you know that 3 very charming men proposed to me, and I turned them all down. Harry, Joe, and Grant. Poor fellows. Oh, they were so disappointed. Harry took arsenic, and Joe took cyanide.
What about Grant?
He took Richmond. What am I saying?
Yep. You see what I mean, Hedda? That's it.
Oh, what's the difference? As a musician, you should know that a few years, one way or the other, don't count.
What do you mean?
Well, you can still get a lot of good tunes out of an old accordion if you squeeze it right. Good night, Kay. Good night, fellas. Good night, Heather.
Thanks a lot, Hedda Hopper. Well, gang, a lot of you in the AEF have asked command performers to salute the Russian bear. And a lot of you terrific guys in the United States Merchant Marine who sailed through Hell's Corridor under the midnight sun, you too have asked this big show of yours for a little of that famous Russian music. So, it's Russia and America together as Ralina Zarova, lovely Russian star of radio and pictures, joins the Balalaika Gypsy Band and the whole orchestra in a 1943 arrangement of Dark Eyes.
Очи жгучие и прекрасные, как люблю я вас, как боюсь я вас, знать увидела вас. Я не в добрый час, тари-дай-ди-дай, 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 очи черные, очи страстные, очи жгучие, вы мои. That's the way they used to sing this melody when the Volga floats serenely downward to the sea. But now that things have changed a bit, as you are bound to see, you hear that melody the way that it's done in 1943. Oh, gee. Чон, я, очи страстные, очи жгучие, и прекрасные, как люблю я вас, как боюсь я вас. Знать увидел вас, очи черные, очи страстные, очи жгучие и прекрасные. Да-ди-да.
Well, thank you so much, Rolina Zarova, Nick Bolin, and the Balalaika Orchestra, too. Well, fellas, command performers can't mention all the APO numbers every week, so we're mighty lucky when we make connections with outfits like Spike Jones, who's hot stuff with all of you. And hitting a few high spots before Spike ruins our dignity again, we are calling on the letter-writing soldier in the islands, George Villeneuve, and saying howdy to Jeff Nordhorst and Clarence Dodson, two flying gobs from Texas, and tipping our wings to the Pigeoners at 965, and tossing off a toast to the whole AEF with Spike Jones and the City Slickers and their famous number, Clink, Clink, Another Drink.
Another drink, plenty in the cellar when it's gone. Drink, drink, the glasses clink, making tinkling music till the dawn is breaking. Clang, clang, who cares a dang? What's the difference when you're on a spree? Over the teeth, behind the gums, look out stomach, here she comes. I have another drink on me. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Trickle, 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 slice of cheese and bite a pickle. Doesn't even cost a nickel now to wash it down. Whoa!
Clink, clink, no more to drink. I had a cellar full, but now it's gone. Clink, clink, the glasses clink. Like the anvil chorus and my head is splitting. A busty, a breaky. Oh, brother. Oh, ow. What do I do now? Pink elephants are running after me. Oh, that stuff was smooth as silk. From now on, I'll stick to milk. Nothing else to drink for me. La, 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 la.
Many thanks to Spike Jones, the City Slickers, and thanks to Mel Blanc for the hiccups. And now, gentlemen of the AEF, join us on command performance and pursue the better things in life. We give you that great poet and philosopher, one of the dead from both end kids, Ish Kabibble. Say, Ish, the fellas overseas would like to be reminded of their childhood days. Something sweet and gentle. Do you know any nursery rhymes?
Sure. There was a young lady from Ghent who knew what the fellas all meant. When they asked her to dine, have cocktails and wine, she knew what they meant, so she went.
Ishka Bibble, that's silly. Soldiers don't like that.
Well, then maybe I better dedicate this next one to the Navy. It's a poem about sea life entitled Seaweed. Shall I recite same?
Recite same.
Okay, seaweed. Oh, I wished I was a seaweed, a-floating in the sea, and when the girls went swimming by, I'd tickle them with me.
Ish. You're absolutely impossible. Now, I'll give you one more chance, but no more poems. Have you got one of your famous essays you can recite?
Well, Professor, I have written an essay in regards to which I would like to read same entitled Shoes.
Read same.
Okay. Shoes. Shoes are things that come in three kinds of heels, leather and rubber.
But Ish, that's only 2 heels. Where's the other one?
Walking back and forth in a bomb shelter in Berlin.
Ish, you go to the head of the class. And command performance rolls on toward curfew time with the whole gang. Sully, Harry, Julie, Diane, Jack, and Max, and a top tune off the hit parade.
It seems I've heard that song before.
Let's do it up swell for all the gang out there listening. Harry, Julie, Diane, Jack, Max. Now turn it on, chillin'.
It seems to me I've heard that song before. It's from an old familiar score. I know it well, that melody.
It's funny how a theme
Recalls a favorite dream.
A dream that brought you so close to me.
Close to me, I know each word, because I heard that song before. The lyrics said forevermore, forevermore's a memory. Please have them play it again, and I'll remember just when I heard that lovely song before.
Well, looks like that's just about all the damage we can do in a half hour. So we'll call in the salvage crew and get them started on next week's job. Many thanks from everybody on Command Performance for those A1 letters. And thanks from Uncle Sam for that A1 job you're all doing. Well, this is Kay Kaiser speaking from the USA, saying the best of the best from all the folks back home. We're thinking of you. So long, everybody.
This is Ken Carpenter making a final entry to the effect that this program was arranged with the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Command Performance is produced for you men of the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Here comes, fellas, the AEF jukebox of the air, G.I. Jive. Well, greetings, GI gentlemen. The program notes for today's stanza have been one figured out here on the typewriter. The jukebox is loaded with them fine waxes you asked for by email. So let's get on away from here now. Coming at you is the overture requested by Private First Class W.W. Sparrow of APO 948, Rum Boogie. Well, punch my buttons and call me jukebox. That's what I'd call solid. Yeah, man, and now we're going to make with a slice of wax that's in a deep groove for y'all. The much requested item the sergeant's been looking for a long time and finally had the Delta Rhythm Boys make up one special for you. It's called Take the A Train, and yes, it is. Played especially for these fellas that have been sweating out the request for a long time now. Seaman Rosens Dudley, Seaman Albert E. Hall, Private Pat Macy of APO 668, Corporal Harry Brown of APO 980. Get
aboard the A train to take a little ride around the city. Brooklyn, a Broadway train. You see that old New York is mighty pretty. Take your baby somewhere riding. That's where romance may be hiding. Or get your car airplane. You'll find that little baby take the A train. You'll take your baby to Harlem. You're bound to find a hall up on Sugar Hill, where everyone's having a solid ball. You board that A train, and then you ride till you think this number 145 Street. Well, it can't be supposing on the stroll. What's there really in there? Hey, that's the riff that the band don't play. It's groovy, the head gets you got to get off anything, and you will get a thrill. Yeah, if you're looking for rhythm, you'll find it on Sugar Hill. Now that you know just how to get up, then dig up a nickel and you've got your fare. If you want to go to Happy Harlem, you take the 8 train that goes uptown and ride. Wait until you get on Sugar Hill. You'll jump for joy till you get your fill. And you've got your nickel in your hand. Then hurry, don't you miss that train, old man. Yes, you must take the 8 train to make it on time. Go to Sugar Hill way up in Harlem. Better hurry, get aboard that train.
Oh, you know, that was a great big bite of the best, don't you? Here's a question. You know the meaning of the letters USAFI? Well, they stand for the United States Armed Forces Institute. That's the official War and Navy Department school. Through the correspondence and self-teaching courses of this school, you can study almost any subject you choose. With only a few hours study each week during your off hours, you can learn one or more of several hundred different courses offered by the Institute. Now, these high school, college, and technical courses are open to all in the service. And for only a $2 enrollment fee, that's $2 to you, enlisted personnel of the Army and all personnel of the Navy, Coast Guard, and Marines can sign up for one or more of these subjects. So if you want to find out how to improve yourself in your service job or prepare for a better civilian job after the war, here's what you do. Write direct to Commandant USAFI in your area. Here's his address. Central Pacific Area Branch, APO 958. European Branch, APO 887. Middle East Branch, APO 787. All men and women in other theaters should write direct to Commandant USAFI, Madison 3, Wisconsin. Now for Sergeant Charles Freels, APO 948, here's old Dr. LaValle of the Basin Street Society with a bright little bundle called Dinah. Fellows of Battery 8, 210th Coast Artillery, who go for the stuff that's steady and steamy. Professor Paul Martin and the lads get together here in that little close order drill known as Jump Steady. Well, flick your whiskers and lay it in the groove, man, now. Yes, and that's really jumping steady. Well, now it's time to close the lid on the old jukebox for today, guys, so we'll be seeing you again right on schedule. And if you're finding a way for one of those tunes or songs that really send you, why, send us a note or card, will you? Address it to G.I. Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Remember, this is your show, and you call the Sox, so shoot some mail to us, John boy. Program was produced for the Armed Forces Radio Service.
At ease. At ease and listen to the Armed Forces Radio Orchestra as they bring you a quarter hour of the music you'll always remember. America's folk songs of tomorrow. The music will be continuous with no interruption for announcements of any kind. Instead, we'll give you the titles at the conclusion of the program. So, at ease and listen.
my heart down by the Rio. Dry your eyes, dear, and don't be blue, Nanita. Come back to you, my little Rosalita. Each night I tell the moon on high in all its glory of you and I in days gone by in love's sweet story. Rosalita, another day now is dawning. For you I'm longing. Each night I tell the moon on high in all its glory of you and I and days gone by in love's sweet story. Rosalita, another day now is dawning. For you I'm longing, Rosalita.
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you Ain't Misbehavin', Nagasaki, Tarara Boom Die, Zing Went the Strings of My Heart, I'll Never Be the Same, Rosalita, Talk of the Town, Melancholy Baby, Tea for Two, Wildflower, Through the Years. The AFRS Orchestra was under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman introducing another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. The golden era of jazz from 1920 till 1930 was a fabulous period. From New Orleans up the murky, winding Mississippi, the young music made its way. On the graceful riverboats past Natchez, Memphis Town, Hannibal, and Davenport to the great windy city, Chicago. And out on the West Coast, a robust ex-Navy violinist by the name of Paul Whiteman was fast acquiring a legion of followers. With a compact, carefully rehearsed orchestra, Whiteman was being publicized by certain persons as the King of Jazz. Here is his famous arrangement of Sand in the 1927 jazz style. And here's another kind of jazz, Chicago style, reflecting the abandon of the city in the 20s. No arrangements were written. The musicians simply sat down and bashed, every man for himself. Jack T. Gordon's Chicagoans bring us Deed I Do. Another example of Chicago style is this classic. The Chicagoans again, led by T. Gordon's wonderful trombone and vocal chorus, go into a sentimental groove with Stars Fell on Alabama.
Your eyes held a tender light, and stars fell on Alabama last night. We lived our little drama. We kissed in a field of white,
and stars fell on Alabama last night. I never planned in my imagination a situation so heavenly, a fairyland where no one else could enter, and you in the center, just you and me, dear. My heart beats like a hammer, my arms wound around you tight, and stars fell on Alabama last night.
Things were also happening in New York. Led by Duke Ellington, the jazz of this great city was coming to life. By 1928, the Duke was near the peak of achievement. Time has proved that the Duke's influence on jazz has been, and still is, more far-reaching than Whiteman's and the Chicagoans. This has been a history of jazz in the Roaring '20s. Every week, Downbeat brings you music of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, remember the future, man, because you're building it. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
For men in the armed forces of the United States and their brothers in arms of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents another of America's most popular radio programs, The Tommy Dorsey Show, starring the sentimental gentleman of swing himself and his orchestra.
All aboard that's going aboard, ladies and gentlemen. We're riding at anchor on the good ship Rollet, while the pack with the coupon on the back loads a cargo of music, the Tommy Dorsey Show. And right here on deck is the sentimental skipper himself, directing his 34 seagoing ickies in Dark Eyes. Swing those semaphore, sailors.
Passengers, and welcome to the SS Raleigh. Say, Truman, when you're aboard ship, do you ever get homesick?
Homesick isn't the word for the way I feel on a ship, Tommy.
Well, suppose we take your mind off your feelings with that new song by Cole Porter about the girl you left behind. You'd be so nice to come home to. Dick Haymes sings.
You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to and love.
It's time for a sentimental stroll on the boat deck now, as we remember the year our Raleigh guests, Mr. and Mrs. Frank Knowles, were married. That year was 1928, a time when the sports section took precedence over the front page. Bobby Jones was national amateur golf champ. A lady named Helen Wills became women's singles tennis queen. Gene Tunney gave a lecture on Shakespeare at Yale, and then with a quick KO retained his heavyweight title in a fistic encounter with Tom Heaney. President-elect Herbert Hoover made a goodwill tour of South America, and in the U.S., young blades were humming Ramona into the attentive ears of their sweethearts. And fellows with a talent for terpsichore were foxtrotting to I Can't Give You Anything But Love. And so tonight, for Mr. and Mrs. Knowles, having a special reason for remembering that year, and for all those others who walked to the wedding march, Tommy Dorsey and the boys will play a medley of 1928 hits. Tommy?
Dick Hames remembers Ramona.
Ramona, I hear the mission bells above. Ramona, they're ringing out our song of love. I press you, caress you, and bless the day you taught me to care. To always remember the rambling rose you wear in your hair. Ramona, when day is done, you'll hear my call. Ramona, we'll meet beside the waterfall. I dread the dawn when I awake to find you gone. Ramona, I need you, my own.
You've brightened your home with many beautiful Raleigh premiums. You've smoked Raleighs all these years. And now we want to show our appreciation by giving you a choice of any gift you see in the new Raleigh Premium Catalog. Now, Mrs. Knowles first, what do you think you'd like to have?
Oh, I think I'd like the chenille scatter rug.
The chenille scatter rug? You picked a winner, all right. And Mr. Knowles, sir, what would you choose?
I'd like to have the humidor pipe rack, please.
Congratulations. You made a great choice, I can promise you. Our thanks for being with us here tonight. Good night to you both, and good smoking to you both.
Thank you.
Good night. Raleigh Cigarettes present Tommy Dorsey, star in uniform. Private Victor Gottlieb, meet the skipper, Tommy Dorsey.
Hello, Victor. Say, where are you stationed, Vic?
I'm at Gardner Field, Tommy, the Army Air Forces.
Well, how do you like the Army life after 4 months, Vic?
It isn't anything like playing cello in a string quartet at the Library of Congress.
But you like it.
I certainly do.
Well, tell me, Victor, what outfit did you play cello in?
Oh, there was an outfit called the Philadelphia Orchestra.
Well, that's not a bad little outfit. Go on.
And a Coolidge String Quartet and the Pro-Arctic Quartet.
Fine. Anything more?
Yes, I was a professor in the music school at the University of Wisconsin. But don't let all that scare you away.
On the contrary, Victor. That list of experience tempts me to invite our own director of diversity, Dean Dorsey, to dangle a downbeat for your cello solo. Moskovsky's guitar.
Somebody loves me. I wonder who, and I'm worried who she can be worries me. To every gal who passes by, I shout, "Hey, babe, maybe you were meant to be my lovin' babe. Baby, somebody loves me. I wonder who. I wonder, baby, maybe it's you."
That old black magic's got me in its spell. That old black magic that you weave so well. Those icy fingers up and down my spine. The same old witchcraft when your eyes meet mine. The same old tingle that I feel inside And then that elevator starts its ride, and down I go, round and round I go, like a leaf that's caught in the tide. I should stay away, but what can I do? I hear your name, and I'm aflame with such a burning desire that only a kiss can put out the fire. For you're the lover I have waited for, the mate that fate had me created for. And every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, round and round I go, in a spin, loving the spin I'm in, under that old black magic called love. Waited for the mate that fate had me created for, and every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, round and round I go, in a spin, loving the spin I'm in, under that old black magic called love.
You have just heard a delayed broadcast scheduled expressly at this time for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This program has been a part of our English language shortwave service.